with our Director, Dr. A.K. Singh, and Dean, Dr. Anupama Singh, please. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause, please. May I now request our Director, sir, to kindly welcome the chairperson with the bouquet of flowers. May I now request our Dean Madam to kindly welcome Director, sir, with the bouquet of flowers, sir, first session. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. May I now kindly invite the Dean, Dr. Anupama Singh, for her welcome address to the gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. A very warm welcome and good morning to all. Respected Dr. B.P. Singh ji, the chairman of today's session on horticultural sciences professor's presentation, our worthy director, Dr. A.K. Singh sir, who has, always encourages us by being gracing his through his presence in spite of the hectic schedule that he is undergoing right now, and the worthy gathering of the faculty and the students. Welcome you all personally on to this fifth session of the professor's presentation, the second day of the 2 days event. In this session, the professors of the disciplines under School of Horticultural Sciences, they will make their presentations from the 4 disciplines, that is the floriculture and landscape architecture, fruit science, post-harvest technology, and vegetable science. Sir, there are a total number of 68 theses, I'm told, comprising of 33 MSc and 33 PhD theses, which will be presented here in the highlighted form about the work that has been conducted under the umbrella of the educational domain. So therefore, sir, it doesn't represent the entire domain, but of course it tends to cover a major domain of the research which is being conducted at IRI. So, sir, with this, rather than, and Dr. Monica Joshi, as across the previous day, she continues to be here, the convener of this session also. So with this, I request now our director, sir, to kindly introduce the chair to the audience. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. V.P. Singh, former director of Central Potato Research Institute, Simla. Dr. Singh had his early education and until PhD from Aligarh Muslim University in plant pathology, and an eminent plant pathologist. He has been associated with development of 15 potato varieties, and has led many programs which led to development of forecasting system, particularly Julsa cast and Indo blight cast. Worked extensively on the nature of resistance to early and late blight potato, on identifying QTLs that are responsible for imparting resistance, and also spearheaded the program for using the transgenic approach for controlling the late blight in case of potato, and the very good events in most prominent varietal backgrounds have been developed under his leadership at CPRI, and those events are at various stages of testing. I am personally associated with it in terms of looking at the information for event characterization and how soon these events will become available for commercial cultivation, at the same time for use in breeding the new potato varieties. So this is going to be a landmark in terms of the potato disease control. These two diseases which have been a major problem. He is fellow of National Academy of Agricultural Sciences and has the credit of having many awards. One for the teamwork, Hari Om Ashram Trust Award, ICR Team Research Award, Nanaji Deshmukh Outstanding Research Institute Award of ICR that went to under his leadership to Central Potato Research Institute. We are really thankful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being with us, and we look forward for your inputs for improving our program further. Today, we are going to have the presentation by the professor of respective discipline in horticulture, vegetable science, floriculture, and post-harvest technology. Of those students' work who could not present their work for the gold medal. 2 days back, we had presentation, one student from East Division. Nevertheless, their work is no less significant, and their work will be presented by the respective professor of the division, and that gives the glimpse of overall activities of research program, students' work, and in what direction our research program is moving. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir, for your kind introduction for the chairperson. So as convener for the session, with the permission of chair, I would like to apprise the House regarding the modalities for the presentation. So we will continue with the modality which we were doing yesterday. So for session 5, sir, we have 4 presentations in the following order to be done by the professors. First, we'll have from floriculture and landscape architecture, to be followed by fruit science, then post-harvest technology, and then vegetable science. For all the 4 disciplines, the time allocation is done based on the number of thesis abstracts for each discipline with an additional 2 minutes. Sir, the time was already conveyed to the professors and they have already prepared accordingly. And we hope that all will adhere to the time limit so that we can wind up in the proper allocated time. So for the ease of the presenter, the yellow light will blink 2 minutes prior to your allocated time and a red light at the end of the time. So this is just for your ease, and kindly follow the protocol as we were doing yesterday. So with this, I now hand over the session to the respected chairperson, Dr. BP Singh, for his kind remarks and to conduct the further proceedings of the session. Dr. BP Singh, sir, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. A.K. Singh Ji, Director of the Institute, Professor Anupama Singh, Dean and Joint Director, heads of divisions, professors, senior faculty, and my dear students. It's indeed a great honor for me to be amongst all of you, listening the highlights and achievements of the research that you have done or you are undertaking at the moment of the entire School of Horticulture Sciences. At the outset, I may confess, I'm not an horticulturist by degree or training. Of course, I am a botanist, and in that sense, you can say that I also have some basic knowledge and information about agriculture and horticulture, because, you know, botany is the mother of all plant sciences. All along my life, I have worked on potatoes, and naturally, you'll excuse me of my limited knowledge of horticulture sector per se, but I had the opportunity of heading the mini mission in there have been mini missions of which have been implemented in all the hilly states, and I was associated with that mini mission for Himachal Pradesh for 6 years. And that gave me an insight into what kind of problems exist and what kind of research is being done, in those universities which are located in Himachal. So I have a limited exposure, but then this is a bigger platform. We have a lot of expectation from this great institution, and I'm sure, the kind of research that you are doing is not only or would be the path breaking, but would also lead to, development of newer and newer technologies, which would definitely will help the farming community one way or the other in addressing or solving their problems that exist in the field. So with these words, I'm looking forward to your presentations, and I don't know whether I can comment on them or not, but definitely at the end of the session, maybe I will be sharing my thoughts with you, whatever I have after the session is over. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, names. Okay. May I now invite Professor Kamarpal Singh, Head Professor of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture of the Institute. Dr. Kamarpal Singh. Okay, sorry.
Good morning to everyone. Most respected chairperson of the session, Dr. BP Singh ji, Honorable Director IRI, Dean and Joint Director Education IRI, Associate Dean, Madam Joshi, Head of Divisions, Professors, faculty members, and dear students. I am here to present significant educational achievement in the discipline of floriculture and landscape architecture, which is recently changed to floriculture and landscaping, but the old student will be getting a degree in floriculture and landscape architecture only. These are the mandates of the division: basic and applied research on crop improvement, product technology, value addition in the flower crops, and postgraduate teaching and dissemination of technology. This is the faculty situation. We have the program at two places, at IRI New Delhi and IHR Bangalore. And we have 15 scientists at IRI, all are research guide also, and at IHR we have the 6 faculty members, out of that 5 are research guides, and we have total 47 students, including MSc and PhD, and at IHR 15 students, only PhD is there. This is the list of students who will be getting degree this year. MSc student 5, and we have the 5 students in PhD program will be getting degree this year. Coming to the research achievement under theme 1, this work was carried out by Khushbu Farooq under my guidance on marigold crop, and this is a technical quantity. She took 60 genotype of Techetes recta and Hospitala species, and various parameters were recorded by her. And coming to the salient findings, 35 dust descriptors clearly differentiated 60 marigold genotypes, and flower head color was observed unique in 2 genotypes, that is AFSR15-1 and strawberry blondie, having creamy white color and great purple color respectively. And the trait, plant height, plant spread day to first bud initiation and first flowering recorded high heritability with high genetic advance. Coming to the next study on rose, carried out by Ms. Sisa Ullas P, PhD student, and the guidance of Dr. Namita. And she took 96 genotypes and carried out phenotyping using these traits and genotyping using the SSR markers. And after having this phenotyping and genotyping data, population structure and marker trait association was carried out. And in GLM and MLM, CTG 356 loci were found associated significantly with multiple traits like petal width, anthocyanin content, and number of flowers per plant. Another study was carried out on rose, marigold by EMRU under guidance of Dr. Rita Bhatia on gynogenesis in marigold for induction of double haploid. And this is a technical program. There were three approaches: standardization of culture media using TDJ and NA in culture media, and soaking treatment to the explant, and gamma radiation to the pollen parent pollens, which to develop pseudo fertilization to this induce gynogenesis in marigold to develop double haploids. And coming to the significant achievement, the modified MS medium enriched with 75.75 milligram per liter TDZ and 0.2 milligram per liter NA gave the earliest response and exhibited the highest percent of dietary generation from unfertilized ovaries of African marigold genotypes. And soaking treatment 40 centigrade for 7 days gave the best result with regard to induction of gynogenesis. Coming to the next theme on production aspect, this work on lilium was carried out by Nivea KRMSc student under guidance of Mark Kendesi. This is a very upcoming crop especially in northern plains, and production technology is needed in this crop. It is a technical program for this study. And with regard to certain findings, zinc sulfate and this magnesium sulfate, which were although having the benefit individually also, but best result were found with combination of zinc sulfate and magnesium sulfate at the rate of 6 milligram per liter with regard to vegetative flowering and bulb traits. This another study was also carried out on lilium by Vamsi Yara at regional station Katran under guidance of Dr. M.R. Dhiman using this silver nanoparticles. And this is a technical program of this study. And coming to the silent findings, application of silver nanoparticle at 25 ppm concentration applied through bulb soaking method showed better effect than the other treatment on vegetative and flowering parameters. However, when the 25 concentration of silver nitrate applied through drenching method, it showed better result with regard to bulb traits. This study was carried out by Mr. Naveen Kumar under guidance of Dr. Ritujan on marigold on post-harvest aspect. And this is the technical program. He took 3 varieties of marigold and 2 temperatures and 5 this packaging material. And this is some pictures of this experiments. And coming to the salient findings, the shelf life of marigold loose flower variety Pusa naringenda packed in shrink wrap prolonged from 3 to 14 days. Among the varieties studied, Pusa naringenda performed better as compared to Pusa naringenda and Pusa arpita in terms of shelf life, weight loss, etc. This study was carried out on chrysanthemum by Ms. Parvati Benurmat at IHR Bangalore under guidance of Dr. Rajiv Kumar. And this is the technical program of her experiment of 4 different experiments. And coming to the salient findings, the genotype, all genotype studied were classified into 7 response groups, which are listed here, which could help in selection of genotype to get the year-round production of this chrysanthemum. The genotype Arka Pink Star, Pusa Anmol, Ajay Marigold, Arka Kirti, Winter Queen, Kargil, Punjab Gold, showed flowering across the different photoperiod indicating photoinsensitive behavior. This study was also carried out on chrysanthemum by Mr. S. Vijay Kumar under guidance of Dr. Sujata Nil Nair at IHR Bangalore only. And this is the technical program of this study. And coming to the salient findings, in this study, if you apply this fertigation at split dosage according to the phenopause of the plant, like bud stage and vegetative phase, bud stage, the flowering stage, so you can use the 25% this RDF, and it will be economical as well as give good production. Another study was carried out on chrysanthemum only by Ms. Anamika Gurang under Rajiv Kumar guidance at IHR Bangalore. And this is the technical program of this study. Different genera took. And coming to the salient findings, treatment of 3 hours supplemental light plus 14 hours blacking recorded maximum number of flowers per plant, flower diameter and duration of flowering. The genotype Arka Kirti, Arka Pink Star, Gold Beauty, Marigold Pink, Crowd, Statesman and Winter Queen recorded flowering at same time in all photoperiods, indicating photoinsensitivity to flowering. This study was carried out by Ms. Pooja A. on Gladiolus under guidance of Dr. Kishan Sarup. And this is the technical program of this study. She took five genotypes for this study and different mulches. And coming to the second finding, among all the variety, Pusa Bindia gave best performance with regard to most of the vegetative parameters, while Smoky Lady was found better for flowering take. And fertigation with 80% RDF combined with silver and plus black mulching was found optimum to get maximum net return and cost benefit ratio from the glazed cultivation. This is the list of publication from the division, and this is the list of publications from the thesis of the students. We having good NAS rating. This continuation. This is also in continuation, and this is the list of student placement. Madam, this year there were 6 ARS posts. Out of that, 3 were filled up by IRA student, and one of our student got a job in as assistant horticulture officer in Odisha. And this is the honor and award issued by student. My MSc student who worked under my guidance got this IRA medal last year. And these are the honors and awards received by different faculty members. Myself, Dr. Sindhu, SS Sindhu, Dr. Markandeya Singh, Ritu Jain, Dr. Ida Bhatia, and Dr. Namita and Dr. Sapna Pawar. And we also organized a study tour to the student to Busquets Farm, which is one of the leading production unit in Ludhiana for seed production of flower crops. And this is our participation of the student in sport and other extracurricular activities. I acknowledge the help and guidance received from Director IRA, New Delhi, Director IHR Bengaluru, Dean and Joint Director Education, Joint Director Research, Joint Director Extension, Joint Director Administration, Head and Professor, faculty members, SRF students. Thank you one and all.
Should be. Thank you, Professor Kamarpal, for your nice and timely and succinct presentation. Thank you covering all the aspects that is being done under your division at IARI. So if there are some questions and queries, maybe we can take it later.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now I invite Professor Manish Srivastava from Fruit Science to make the presentations on the achievements of the PG research that has been carried out under the division of Fruit Science.
A very good morning to all of you. Most respected Professor VP Singh sir, who is chairman of this session, Honorable Director IRI, Dean Madam, Convener Joshi Madam, Head of the divisions present in this hall, professors, students, ladies and gentlemen. I am Manish Srivastava, and I am going to present the significant educational achievements carried out the research work carried out by our postgraduate students, and they are going to have their degree in coming convocation. These are the mandates of the division. As far as the current faculty strength is concerned, it is 20. And out of this 23 have assumed some higher position in different ICR institutes. And as far as students on roll are concerned, we have total 58 students on roll, out of which 16 MSc and 42 PhD students are there. This is the list of the MSc students, those who are going to have their degree in this convocation. Out of 9 MSc students, 3 are from IRI Jharkhand. This is the list of 11 PhD students who will be getting their degree, PhD degree in this convocation. Out of 11, 3 are from IHR Bangalore. Whatever the research work was carried out by our students, I tried to categorize them different theme areas in which our students work. The first one is genetical studies and molecular characterization. Second one is crop improvement and character association. Third one is in vitro regeneration and transformation. And fourth one is crop production, propagation, and root stocks. So as far as the first theme is concerned, that is genetical studies and molecular characterization, Ms. Preeti Singh worked under the guidance of Dr. Jayaprakash, and her thesis title was Studies on Heterosis and Inheritance of Horticulture Traits in Papaya. And these were the objectives. Based on her research on papaya, she could conclude that as far as heterosis is concerned, For fruit, it ranged from 13.22 to 39.74. And fruit weight, it was 15.73 to 33.52. Likewise, while studying the this combining ability, she found some of the better performing parents for different horticulture traits and better performing hybrids. She also studied the inheritance pattern of purple pigmentation in papaya, and after evaluating the progeny, she could find that this trait is segregating in 1:1 ratio, suggesting codominance nature of this trait. And fruit color inheritance, the progenies showed 3:1 ratio segregation, and that indicated that this red pulp color may be controlled by a recessive gene. Another student, Mr. Naveen Kumar Maurya, under the guidance of Dr. Amit Kumar Goswami, worked in the area of physicochemical and molecular characterization of papaya genotypes under low temperature. As you all are aware that papaya is highly susceptible for low temperature stress. And he took 4 varieties and 1 control, that is Vasconacella candidama arsensis, which is known to have tolerance for the low temperature. And these varieties, the plants were exposed to different temperature regimes. And finally, he concluded that one genotype, that is P-9-5, is performing on par with the control, that is Vasconacella candidama arsensis. And this is a very valuable material as far as papaya is concerned. He also studied the expression of different proteins and genes, and these proteins and genes were related with the photosynthesis, fatty acid metabolism, osmolyte accumulation, and ROS scavenging as far as the low temperature stress is concerned. One of our students, Mr. Nayan Deepak, worked under the guidance of Dr. A. Nagaraja, and his PhD thesis title was Biochemical Analysis, Identification and Expression Profiling of Ascorbic Acid Biosynthesis Genes in Guava. And the objectives were to assess the variation available in the germ plant and to identify ascorbic acid biosynthesis gene through in silico analysis. He got very good phenotypic polymorphism as far as the different fruit physicochemical characters are there, including the ascorbic acid content. And he could ascertain the location of different genes on different chromosomes as far as ascorbic acid content in guava is concerned. While comparing the sequences pertaining to different genes related with the ascorbic acid, he got to some sort of nucleotide polymorphism. SNPs were there, and that type of informed variation may have resulted in variable content of ascorbic acid in guava. One of our students, Mrs. Nusrat Praveen from IHR, she worked under Dr. M.R. Dinesh sir, and here she worked on variability enhancement in polyembryonic genotypes of mango. As you all are aware that polyembryonic mango genotypes are having narrow genetic base, so there is a dire need to create variability in the polyembryonic mango. And she used 3 very important polyembryonic rootstock, Bappakai, Kurakkan, and Nekkare, and exposed to different doses of gamma irradiation. And she could calculate the LD50 value for different rootstock. And interestingly, she identified several dwarf mutant in case of these 3 rootstock, as well as salt tolerant mutants in Bappakai, Kurakkan, and Nekkare. Another student from IHR, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Vishwakarma, under the guidance of Dr. C. Vasugi, worked in the area of development of pre-breeding rootstock lines in guava for biotic and abiotic stress tolerance. And here the objectives were to develop interspecific hybrid progenies and evaluation of interspecific hybrid progenies for wind, nematode, and salinity stress. He took this Cedium gazava arcapurna and 12-5 as female parent, and several wild species of guava reported to have tolerance or resistance for nematode and wilt. And he concluded that this Cedium cattleyanum variety cattleyanum and Cedium cattleyanum variety lucidum were immune to nematode, resistant to wilt, and tolerant to salt stress. And this Frederich's thallianum was resistant to wilt and nematode, and mole was resistant to wilt. The most important finding of his work is that he could develop a very good mapping population for such type of research. And finally, he identified 58 interspecific hybrids which are having both resistance for both wilt and nematodes. One of our students from IRI, Amina Sukur, under the guidance of Dr. Jayaprakash, worked in the area of morphophysical, biochemical, and molecular characterization of maternal open pollinated polluted mango prosnees. And while doing the molecular analysis, molecular studies, she identified one EST-derived marker, which is highly informative in differentiating the zygotic seedlings from the nucellar ones. She also identified some of the open pollinated seedling having dwarfness based on some criteria, already defined criteria like bark weight and bark ratio. Mr. Gulshan Kumar, under my guidance, worked on characterization of mango hybrid using dust descriptor and new hypervariable SSR. I'm happy to share with the House that Gulshan Kumar got IRI Merit Medal for MSc day before yesterday. And these are the morphological variations for different traits I'm trying to depict here. As far as the salient findings are concerned, Gulshan could characterize 24 mango hybrids on dust guidelines, and barcode was developed and unit rates have been identified, and total 11 hybrid specific alleles have been identified, out of which 7 we could validate in mango. And DNA barcode based on 89 SSR markers were generated. One of our students, Vasudev, under the guidance of Dr. Avtar Singh, worked on the induction of autotetraploid in pomelo. And the objectives were to compare the effect of colchicine concentration and exposure duration on germination and seedling growth and molecular studies. Here, he took 2 pomelo collection accessions, S1, S2, and different concentrations of the colchicine, and exposure period was also at 3 levels. And he found that colchicine treatment exhibited both stimulatory as well as inhibitory effects on various morphophysiological traits. However, while analyzing using the flow cytometry, he could not ascertain any sort of alteration at the PLID level. So finally, he concluded that with this dose and exposure period, we need to redefine the dose and exposure period to have the tetraploid in case of pomelo. One of the our student from IHR, Prashant Kalal, worked under the able guidance of Dr. Rezu and Kurian, and the topic was histological and molecular investigation on the origin and of multiple embryos in polyembryonic mango genotypes. He has reported that while going for counter-strain technique, there was suppression of the zygotic embryo growth in the embryo sac due to dominance of nucellar embryos between 9 to 12 days after anthesis. This is really very important finding, because there are so many confusions are there, which one seedling is going to be zygotic, which one is going to be nucellar. So, and another finding which is very important, that is disintegration of nucellus region at the micropylar end in Velli columba and Olivia, which is of course polyembryonic variety. It was noticed during 6 to 12 days after anthesis. And he also observed gradual decrease in total polysaccharide and RNA level in endosperm and sporophytic cells. He tried to characterize these polyembryonic types using the SSR markers, and he found 3 very informative SSR which were able to discriminate the zygotics from the nucellar seedlings. Under the theme 2, that is crop improvement and character association, one of our students, Kaleshwari K, worked under the guidance of Dr. Kanhaiya Singh. She worked for bioactive compounds and antioxidant activities in papaya. She took 9 different hybrids, some from our own program and one is from the private industry. And she concluded that papaya hybrids showed significant variation for bioactive compounds and antioxidant activity. Interestingly, She got 18 carotenoid and carotenoid esters in pulp of papaya. And on the basis of all bioactive compounds and antioxidant activity, she proposed that 3 hybrids which were superior in terms of bioactive compounds. One of our students, Akshay Kumar, worked under the guidance of Dr. Madhubala Thackeray. His thesis title was Characterization for Morphological Traits and Pigments Variation in Selected Guava F1 during winter season. These were the objectives. And he reported significant leaf morphological polymorphism among the F1s and proposed that leaf pigmentation of fully developed leaf and anthocyanin coloration of young leaf may be considered as very important trait for characterization of the guava germplasm. And he also found that wherever he used black guava as one of the parent, that has not contributed in the pigmentation in any of the prosniks. And the red pulp color he reported is due to the presence of lycopene and anthocyanin. However, white color, there may be different proportion of lycopene, anthocyanin, and carotenoids. Under theme 3, that is in vitro regeneration and transformation, one of our student, Satyabrat Pradhan, worked under the guidance of Dr. Sanjay Kumar Singh sir on the topic in vitro regeneration and salinity tolerance studies on mono and polyembryonic mango genotypes. And I'm happy to share this with the house that our student was able to develop a protocol for plantlet regeneration in mango through indirect somatic embryogenesis. He also reported that somatic embryogenesis in mango is genotype dependent, and polyembryonic varieties are more responsive in comparison to the monoembryonic ones. And as per the response towards somatic embryogenesis, K2 was highly responsive, followed by Kurakkan, and least responsive was monoembryonic Dasheri. He also worked on in vitro screening for salinity and drought tolerance and categorized different polyembryonic and monoembryonic varieties based on their tolerance. So for salinity, Kurakkan was found to be most tolerant and Amrapali was least. And as far as drought tolerance was there, Olivir was most tolerant. However, Dasheri was least tolerant. Mr. Kuldeep Pandey, under my guidance, worked on for in vitro regeneration and genetic transformation studies on mango. And again, I feel happiness to share this that we could establish this fact that mango responded well for in-planta transformation using apical meristem targeted strategy. And the presence of transgenes in the genome of putative mango transformants were also assessed through PCR, and whatever positive cases, transgenic plants were there, they were further assessed at transcription level, and expression of transgene was confirmed by semi-quantitative PCR. And the integration of tDNA was ascertained by southern hybridization. These are some of the photographs pertaining to his experiment. Under theme 4, crop production, propagation, and root stock, one of our PhD student, Mr. Ashok Kumar Mahava, worked under the guidance of Dr. Radha Mohan Sharma on the topic studies on the resistance mechanism of citrus canker. And he concluded that out of 43 acid lime and lemon genotypes he screened, 2 were highly susceptible, 34 were susceptible, and Kagzi Kala was immune to citrus canker. However, 6 were highly resistant under field condition. He also evaluated under in vitro condition and after doing the artificial inoculation, and after artificial inoculation, he found that 3 were highly susceptible, 10 were susceptible, Kaxikala was again proved to be immune, and 2 were highly resistant. One of our students, Mr. Manikrao K. Kadam, under the guidance of Dr. Anil Kumar Dubey, worked with the topic abiotic stress tolerance studies on citrus rootstock hybrids. And he, based on his study, very exhaustive study he carried out, that he found that 8 hybrids belonging to different cross combination showed drought resilience. And this resilience was in terms of less wilting and less membrane injury when the plants were exposed to the low moisture. He also worked out the based on in vitro screening of citral rootstock as well as hydroponic screening. He identified the same rootstock CRH 21-13/14, which is a cross of pomelo and trier seed range, and that is showing resilience for the drought, and that is mainly because of improved morphological and physicochemical traits as well as improved root system of this rootstock. One of our students, Mr. Hatkari Vittal, worked on the topic impact of different rootstocks on carbohydrate metabolism and nutrient content in regular and irregular mango varieties. With these objectives, he took 6 cyan rootstock combination, 3 rootstocks and 2 cyanists. And based on the findings, it is concluded that Curaccan increased the starch content in leaves of the cherry. However, total soluble protein content and CN ratio in buds of the cherry. Oleo rootstock increased the level of reducing sugar in the leaves of Amrapali and also promoted the concentration of potassium and boron in the buds of the cherry. So, based on the finding of his study, we can conclude that rootstock also play an important role as far as the regularity or bienniality of mango is concerned. One of our students from Jharkhand, Miss Abir Ali, under the guidance of Dr. Vikas Das, worked on the topic standardization of mulch for improving fruit yield and quality of guava under rain-fed uplands of Jharkhand, with the objectives to find out the effect of tephrosia biomass mulching on tree growth, yield, and fruit quality of guava. And she took 3 treatments and 1 control. And based on her studies, it is concluded that incorporation of biomass yielding Tephrosia candida, that is 7.5 kg biomass per meter square as a mulch material on guava orchard, was best for improving the soil fertility and plant growth of guava plant. She also studied the decomposition of this biomass Tephrosia candida leaf litter, and it was ascertained that within a period of 6 months, the leaf litter is decomposed. One of our students from IRI Jharkhand, Mr. Vasant Vinayak Varaprasad, worked under the guidance of Dr. V.V. Patel on the subject understanding the fruit cracking mechanism in bale. And based on the findings, the results, he concluded that fruit cracking was maximum in the month of December and minimum in the month of February. And calcium and boron deficiency was mainly responsible for the fruit cracking in bale. And he also compared the transcriptome of cracked and non-cracked and found some of the DEZs, differentially expressed genes, in relation to polysaccharide degradation, lipid metabolism, and that may be upregulated or downregulated in cracked versus non-cracked. The last one of our student, again from IRI Jharkhand, worked on optimization of cyanase and time of grafting in jackfruit. And based on his study, it is concluded that among all the interaction, all the treatments he took, the grafting in February month under polyhouse condition using softwood cyan was best for the jackfruit. This is the last student I'm going to present. Mr. Nandakishore Madhavrao, Kannada, from IHR, worked on the subject studies on polyembryonic in mango with these objectives. And as far as the cell findings of his study is concerned, he found More, Muvandan, all-season turpentine genotypes having high extent of polyembryony. He also found that the last emerged seedling is the weakest one, and that is most probably of zygotic origin. And he did not find any sort of genic effect on the polyembryonic rate when he attempted some control process. He also identified 2-3 SSR markers which are useful for the hybridity ascertainment. This is all about the research. Here I'm happy to share that most of our students are employed, and those who are not employed, they join some higher education. And 3 MSc, 4 PhD students joined. One of our students, Mr. Vasudev, joined as assistant manager NABARD, and 2 as senior technical officer in ICIA, And as far as the research publications are concerned, from the thesis of the students, total 19 publications were there last year, and out of which 7 were published in the international journals having the NAS rating of 8.49 to 12.58, and 12 in the national journals. It is again a happy moment that our student won some medals, some recognition, and here especially I want to mention that our 3 students, Akshay, Hatkari Vittal and Gulshan Kumar, they got first, second, third rank in All India competitive examination for JRF and SM. Our faculty also got some laurels. Dr. Kanhaiya Singh became Fellow of International Society for Non-Sciences. Dr. Om Prakash Awasthi sir became the member Board of Studies of MIT University as well as NIFTEN. Dr. Amit Kumar Goswami became Fellow of International Society of Non-Sciences, Fellow Mobilization Award, and Madhubala Thackeray and Dr. Nimisha Sharma got Best Poster Award for their presentation in different conferences. This is all about. Before I conclude, I must acknowledge the help, support, and guidance I got from Director, Joint Director Research, Dean Madam, and all head of the division, especially Professor Awasthi sir, Dr. S.K. Singh sir, and all other heads from different division, faculty, student, and thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava, for very succinctly, covering the entire gamut of research that is being done under the Division of Fruit Science. I will take some other questions if they are there. Thank you. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Ram Asre ji from Division of Post-Harvest Technology to give a overall highlights of the division.
Honorable Chairperson, respected Vice Chancellor and Director of the Institute, Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, Dr. Anupma Singh, Joint Director, Educational Research, Monica Joshi, Coordinator, Professors, Head of Divisions, and my dear students. I am here to give a significant educational achievements in the post-harvest technology made during this current year. This is the mandate of the Institute. And right now we have the faculty strength of 15 and total student right now is 36, including MSc and PhD. During this convocation, 7 MSc and 7 PhD students will be receiving their degrees. Coming to the first theme, here 6 students work under the post-harvest management of fresh fruits and vegetable. Ms. Avarna, yes, worked on influence of maturity stages of beetroot cultivar crimson and find out in the impact on its betalain content. She harvested the beetroot at 4 maturity stages and work out different quality parameters and stability of the extracted betalain in the beetroot. And she concluded that out of 4 studies maturity stages, 5th maturity stage, that is 105 days after sowing, found the best. And under the storage conditions, -14, 18 degrees Celsius temperature retained the maximum betalain content in the extracted juice of this betalain. And next student, Neethu K, carried her studies on evolution of tomato genotype for the processable trait. And she chosen the 5 tomato genotypes and worked with different physicochemical parameters. And she concluded that 2 genotypes, H43 and H162, found weights for different quality parameters. Another student, Priyanka, studied
पानी नहीं पानी नहीं पानी नहीं कुछ मत करना है और ये डॉक्टर डॉक्टर को किसी को मिर्च होगी मिर्च नहीं पानी
serious will be there. I request all to kindly take a seat. Let's pray and everything should be fine. All of you. So we will be taking the next one. Dr. Sahab has said, Dr. A.K. Singh sir has said that we will continue with our next presentation. Shruti, Dr. Shruti, you can complete it. Post harvest after. It doesn't matter. It's only, something. Doesn't matter. Our best wishes for the, everything good about Dr. Ramasreji. Let's all pray and everything should be fine. Let us continue.
Sorry for the turn of events. Ma'am, should I continue midway?
Yes.
Ma'am, should I start? We have another student under the guidance of Dr. Abhijit Kar, Ms. Supriya Priyadarshini. She worked on development of encapsulated ethylene for ripening of mango and banana. with these objectives. She has developed amphiphilic polymers, and she could encapsulate ethylene using these amphiphilic polymers. And her salient findings are that the micelle size of the synthesized particles, they ranged between 24.5 to 783.6 nanometers. And she used a combination of suberik acid and polyethylene glycol 600 for achieving maximum entrapment. And she found that 88% of the ethylene could be released by using the polymer matrix of these two combinations. Then Mr. Chandrabhan, he worked under the chairmanship of Dr. Ramasre, and he has presented his work yesterday. He worked on post-harvest disease management and shelf life extension of quinoa mandarin with these objectives. And he studied different bioagents and edible coatings and their composites to enhance the shelf life of quinoa mandarin. This is the work plan. And his findings were that the yeast Rhodotorula minuta, variety minuta, it was the most promising antagonist against the post-harvest green mold, blue mold, and sour rot of quinoa mandarin. And the ethanolic mixed plant extract of 2000 ppm, it showed better antimicrobial efficacy against the different pathogens. Then Ms. Swaraj Lakshmi Naik, she worked on citrus granulation and its influence on juice yield and quality under my guidance with these following objectives. And she worked on non-destructive X-ray technique to determine the progress of granulation during the on-tree storage of the fruits. Alongside, she worked on utilization of edible coatings and irradiation for improvement of quality, as well as microfluidization of the juice extracted from granulated species. So her salient findings were that the X-ray imaging technique that is able to accurately detect in 90% cases the granulation incidence in citrus fruits, and gamma radiation and chitosan were able to retain the maximum fruit quality and the bioactive compounds till 3 weeks of ambient storage. And also when the microfluidization of juice was conducted, then it could enhance the functional quality of the juice. Then Ms. Deeplata, she worked under the chairmanship of Dr. C.K. Narayana from IHR on studies on maturity and storage life of dragon fruit with these following objectives. And she worked on the optimization of maturity stages of dragon fruit. Her salient findings are that both red and white pulp dragon fruit followed single sigmoidal growth curve and non-climateric behavior. The ideal storage temperature was 6 degrees centigrade for retention of maximum bioactive compounds, and cling wrap packaging was the best suited for the packaging of dragon fruit to extend its storage life. Now, under the theme 2, that is processing of horticultural crops, 8 students are getting the degree this time. Mr. Rajan Mahindra, he worked under Dr. V.R. Sagar on assessment of tomato cultivar for dehydration, suitability, and functional quality. And these are the objectives. And he has taken different tomato cultivars, and he has estimated different physicochemical parameters, and given pre-treatment with calcium chloride and sodium chloride at different concentrations, followed by dehydration and packaging studies. What he observed was Pusa Rakshit was the best suited for dehydration purpose with the maximum retention of quality attributes. The pre-treatment of 5% NaCl was best for the retention of different antioxidant compounds and phenolic compounds. And the packaging material was 260 gauge aluminum laminate that could store the dehydrated powder for 4 months with good quality retention. Then Mr. Prasoon Gunjan, he has worked under me on iron fortification on French wheat through vacuum impregnation technology. Here he has used 5 different iron salts at different concentrations to increase the iron content in the French beans, followed by vacuum impregnation studies. And what he found was that out of the 5 screen salts of iron, ammonium ferrous sulfate at 0.025% could give enhanced iron concentration in the treated beans. The infusion under 50 mm mercury vacuum pressure for 6 minutes was the optimized condition, and the iron enriched beans could be stored up to 7 days in consumer acceptable conditions. Ms. Shubhangi Aravalli, she worked under Dr. V.R. Sagar on development of foam-based dehydrated guava powder and its value-added product. And she has optimized the concentration of different foaming agents and studied the drying characteristics. Different foaming agents that she used were sodium caseinate, sodium protein isolate, carrageenan, and xanthan gum. And the powder was subjected to different drying conditions under cabinet dryer and microwave drying. Her salient findings are that the optimum foaming agent combination was 5% sodium caseinate, 0.572% sodium protein isolate, 1% carrageenan, and 0.453% xanthan gum to obtain the minimum foam density and drainage. And the foamed guava powder was incorporated into a yogurt, and it gave very good results. Mr. Brijesh Kumar Yadav, he worked under the guidance of Dr. Shalini Gaur Rudra on development of calcium fortified crisp from guava. And he has taken guava at 3 maturity stages. That is, he took Lalit and Shweta, and he had impregnated these with calcium lactate under different vacuum pressures and exposure times. The salient findings of Mr. Brijesh is that the ripe stage, having the firmness of 350 to 850 gram, was best suited to prepare the calcium enriched guava crisps, and 0.5% lactate, calcium lactate, was giving the most crispness to the product. Ms. Pooja BK has worked under me, and she has worked on utilization of pea pod as a source of fiber, protein, and natural colorant. She had prepared the dried pea pod powder that was used for extraction of the protein using different alkaline and acidic pH. Then she also extracted the green biocolorant from the pea pod, and it was used as a fiber source in a baked product, that is muffins. So her salient findings are that highest protein recovery was obtained with the condition of alkaline condition of 12 pH and followed by acidic precipitation at pH 3.5. Ultrasound assisted extraction was found best for the biopigment recovery, and 18% incorporation of the pea pod powder was best to get functionalized muffins. Ms. Sujayashree Oj, she worked under Dr. R.B. Tiwari at IHR, Bengaluru, and she worked on development of anthocyanin fortified amla segments using osmotic agents and the vacuum impregnation technique. This is the protocol she followed, different vacuum pressure and exposure times. And she has used kokum as a coloring agent. So what she found was highest anthocyanin impregnation was obtained using sorbitol as the medium. The vacuum impregnation was best achieved at 30 minutes of restoration time that infused the maximum anthocyanin into the amla segments. Mr. Karthik Nayak, he worked with Dr. R.B. Tiwari again at IHR Bengaluru on studies on minimizing browning in white guava fruit bar. And he has used different anti-browning agents, ascorbic acid, cysteine, and hexyl resorcinol, where at different drying temperatures, the leather was dried. And what he found was that Allahabad Safeda was the best cultivar for preparing guava fruit bar, and 0.5% KMS for 30 minutes. That was the best to prevent the browning in the bar developed. Then under the theme 3, that is processing of arable crops, one student has worked, Mr. Rahul Kumar Thakur. He worked under the guidance of Dr. Shalini Gaur Rudra on the topic development of crisp from biofortified lentil varieties. He has taken different lentil varieties, and after dehusking, he has given pre-treatments with enzyme and calcium hydroxide and prepared the crisps. His salient findings were that the mineral content, that is iron, zinc and calcium, that was highest in L4717, and the crisps that were developed were best from L4717 with higher acceptability. So this was all about the research outcomes. We have 35 publications last year, research publications in the NAS rating of 7 to 14.43, one training manual and different book chapters and conference proceedings. These are the details of the publications. And we have one of the students with Shubhangi, she has gone abroad to pursue higher studies, whereas 7 students have joined as in PhD program. And Ms. Uma Prajapati, she got selected as assistant professor. Mr. Omar, he's working in Syria as assistant professor. 2 of the scientists were inducted as scientists, 2 of the students were inducted as scientists in ICR system. And we have Mr. Karan Singh Dhami, he's also assistant professor in Nepal. Then Mr. Chandraban, he's assistant professor in Bikaner. And Ms. Suraj Lakshmi, she got AHO in Odisha. These are the honors and awards achieved by the students and the faculty. And we have organized several educational tours and industry visits for the students. So I would like to thank everyone, the director, joint director, education, research and extension, and all the faculty and staff of IAI. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shetty, for standing on emergency basis for Professor Ramastri and doing this job very nicely, very succinctly. Thank you. Thank you for. Okay. Now, may I now invite Professor R.K. Yadav for presenting the highlights of the Division of Vegetable Sciences. क्या क्या करता है
Good morning to everybody, dignitaries on the dais, dear student, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to present the salient research finding of the postgraduate student of the discipline of vegetable science. They include the student from the IRI, some student from IRI Jharkhand, IRI Assam, and also from the IRI Outreach Center, IHR Bangalore. So these are the mandates, and we have totally 34 faculty in the discipline of vegetable science, and total number of students are 75. So we are having a large number of students, and these are the students who are going to receive their degree during these convocations. So 12 MSc and 12 PhD students are going to receive degree. Out of that, one student, Ms. Neha Kumari Mandal, she was selected for this IRI merit medal 2 days before. And these are the list of options. These are the mandate basic themes we can say that under which I am going to present my salient findings. And on the first theme, that genetic improvement in heteroscopy studies, 8th total research work we are going to present here. So that was the combining ability in heteroscopy studies for ill traits and bacterial resistant in brinjal. That was studied by Mr. Arvind at IRI Jharkhand, and he found that several genotypes which are having high GCA for the yield, as well as some genotypes he also identified for SCA effect, and total 24 crosses he made, and out of that 20 hybrids were found high yielding, and 3 hybrids were found resistant to disease also, that is bacterial bed resistant. So these are the major findings of the. And another work was done by Dheeraj, that is at IRI, and that was the genetic study in tomato related to protected condition and processing traits, because processing is very important trait, and nowadays this is the demand in tomato. And he could find some of the genotypes which are having very high this processing traits, especially as per the industry requirements. 6 genotypes were having meeting the standard of this color value, AB ratio, TSS, acidity, and pH, etc. And several genotypes you are found better combiner for the general combiner, and some genotypes also found that they are the specific combiner, and good heterosis also reported. And this study was done under both the open field condition as well as in the protected conditions. And one of the students, Mr. Manjunath, he had done that characterization of CMS lines that is in the background of the Canarians cytoplasm, because the Ugra cytoplasm and Kut cytoplasm are generally used earlier, and this cytoplasm we are trying to incorporate in the this CMS system. And in that one, he found that this flower length was slightly higher in this Canarian cytoplasm, but the nectar content and the nectar size, etc., that was found, and seed content also in the Ugra cytoplasm was better. And these are the other findings that he found, that some of the heterotic conditions were heterotic, for more than 70% heterosis he found for marketable yield in case of this Canadian cytoplasm. And this combining ability studied for yield and disease resistance in IRI Jharkhand by Manoj BP, and he could have generated 15 crosses in the line test fashion, and out of that he has found that high GCA effect with the line having Pusa Ruby for yield and many traits. And similarly, some of the combinations he has got that Pusa Ruby having one of the parent, or Rohini as one of the parent, they were showing the high SCA effect also for many traits which he studied. And he found that resistant genotypes also, they are showing highly resistant to tomato leaf curl disease as well as bacterial bed resistant disease. And this genetic response of different genotypes was studied by Purnima, and she studied 2 things, especially one is the capsaicin, that is for pungency, and another is capsanthin, that is color, responsible for color in chili. So she found that Dabbi, one of the genotypes, very local landraces, we can say, that was very high, and retention capacity was also very high of the capsanthin. The color value retains up to 6 months of the storage also. Similarly, for capsaicin content, which is pungency, chili Japani long was found better for the early immediately after harvest, and also after 6 months of storage. And chili Japani long, apart from that, this Pusa Sadabahar also was found a good performer. And she also estimated the increase in the different content of the different biochemical compound like antioxidant and ascorbic acid from green state to red state. And she found that in the red state there was significant increase in all of these biochemical traits. And the evaluation of the vegetables soybean also in new area, and that was done at IRI Jharkhand station by Rachna, and they found that a lot of genetic variability for this one, for different traits, biochemical traits, as well as this morphological traits also. And she could find that one genotype, that AGS 458, that was having very good in case of the green pod. And the genetic diversity in bitter gourd was studied by Mr. Malikarjun, and he characterized these bitter gourd genotypes, and he found the variability for the tubercles and the fruit is in color and fruit in that one, and the 96 genotype he studied, and through molecular marker also he tried to correlate the diversity, and 33 this polymorphic marker she could find. And genetics of nematode and recent yield for other quality traits in carrot was studied by Manisha at HR Bangalore. And she found that the nematode resistance was governed by single recessive gene there, and one molecular marker was found closely linked to the resistant to root knot nematode to carrot. Similarly, the genetic analysis and molecular mapping of genes in another theme area. This we have Dr. Bhupal Singh Kumar. He carried out his student Bhanusri, and Bhanusri found that she crossed this high blight susceptible and resistant genotypes, and then found in the active population she got the complementary epistatis, and QTL analysis was also done in the active population, and she found that one QTLs that was associated to Formosyl fruit rot or Formosyl blight resistant on chromosome number 1, and 5 candidate genes associated with this Formosyl blight resistant was also identified. Similar, the genetic analysis and molecular mapping for anthocyanin pigmentation in brinjal was done by Mr. Harisa, and Harisa he found that lot of variation was there for anthocyanin content 139 milligram to 0.079 milligram in a white brinjal. So they crossed and found that this was governed by 2 genes, and that the ratio was 9:6:1, that polymeric gene, and they also found that QTL associated with this anthocyanin content 4 QTLs on chromosome number 3, chromosome number 7, and chromosome number 9 and chromosome number 10 were identified. And putative genes also they have identified in these QTL regions which are associated with this anthocyanin content. Silpa Devi, she studied the molecular mapping of controlling this cucumber for parthenocarpy and as well as the skin color. So she took 2 types of genotypes. One is the normal Pusa Uday, that is a monocyst type, and the parthenocarpy type, parthenocarpy cucumber 6. She found that parthenocarpy was governed by incomplete dominant gene, while this green color was totally dominant over the. And she also studied the genetics of other traits, and they could also identify the QTLs especially. They were the major QTLs on the chromosome number 6. Similarly, Ms. Ispita also studied the traits in with regards to QTL mapping she has done are mostly the related traits, and she got that the richness means this they are discontinuous region and presence of tubercules. Tubercules there should be a conspicuous clear tubercules, and that was governed by single gene, dominant gene. And they also identified the QTLs for on chromosome number 1 for yield traits. This association mapping for yield traits in Betragova is done by Mr. Binay, and in active populations he found that the QTL related to gynosis in Betragova was present on chromosome number 1, and 12 putative candidate gene also he could identify from this region, QTL region, which were associated with gynosis. Similarly, he had done the GWAS analysis in this around 96 genotypes, and he has found that there was a marker trait. He established the marker trait association also, and because continuous 3 seasons, he found the 73 significant SNP in all these populations. So he could establish the marker trait association here, and this marker this association was for mostly the 4 yield traits, and in whole genome sequencing was also done for Balsamina, because the Balsamina is a very important genotype for medicinal point of view, and also from the stress point of view, abiotic stress resistance is there. So they have a whole genome sequencing of this Balsamina, and they could find that the genome assembly was 385 MB, and this was the quite better quality, and the assembly was almost complete, and they found that in the this comparative genome association, they found that this Momotica balsamina was closely associated with Charencia, and in case of this this phylogenetic analysis, they also found that this Momotica balsamina was correlated with watermelon, then muskmelon also. This molecular identification of cytoplasmic types MS locus was done in solid union condition by Mr. Hirasin, and Hirasin identified certain DNA marker associated with cytoplasm, also from the histology genes MS locus. And on the basis of this molecular marker, he could identify that the molecular markers were reliable in the knowing this fertile and well-sterile plant in the onion as compared to the visual and microscopic result. And certain SAR markers he also used for this diversity analysis, and he found that 11 were the polymorphic. In case of this diversity analysis, also he done a lot of diversity was found for yield and also for the quality trait like this flavonoids, etc. And molecular and phenotypic characterization of the different genotypes, again major biotic stresses traits in Chile was studied by Mr. Ganesh. And Ganesh studied the several traits like anthracnose, Chile, pungency, etc. leaf curve, and he identified this certain genotype and different category. And on the basis of molecular study, he identified this marker closely related to pungency, this fertility restorer genes, RF locus, and CMS cytoplasm. And this inheritance of molecular mapping in tomato leaf curve, this was done by Mallikarjun. And Mallikarjun, he has screened the genotypes in open field condition, also in the control conditions. He identified the highly resistant and highly susceptible genotypes, and he had developed a medium population. And then on that basis, he found that the resistant to this tomato leaf curve virus is governed by single recessive gene. And he also identified the QTL, few QTLs, especially on this QTL for 25 QTLs on chromosome number 2. And another study was done by Mr. Manoj Kumar at IHR Bangalore in corruption of bacterial disease resistant in brinjal, and simply they found that the inheritance or duplicate recessive for bacterial weed, and they have identified this closely related marker also for this disease. And agromorphological and molecular characterization of marker assisted backcross drive line in tomato was done at New Delhi by Mr. Shreyas. And most of the marker assisted drive line were found resistant to this tomato leaf curve virus, and very few lines were only susceptible. And this was confirmed that there were TY3 gene was present. And he characterized these lines for other traits also. And this mapping of tomato leaf curve virus was done in muskmelon by Mr. Padmanabha. And through robust screening, he had identified resistant genotype DSM 11-1 and DSM 19. And through qPCR also the low titer value was found in case of these two genotypes. So they were showing high level of resistance. And he developed a variant population and found that this in Calypsis, the resistance governed by two dominant genes. However, in case of Momotica, these are the wild species where resistance is governed by this monogenic resistance. And they also identified the QTL associated with this tomato leaf curve virus. And this one marker they have identified that was linked with the resistant genes. This molecular characterization of different brassica species and as well as the some lines derived from the Brassica napus was done by Sikha Manoharan. And around 123 this total genotypes he screened and found that many genotypes in different species were having resistance to both the races of this black rot, race 1 and race 4, which are prevalent in these places. These are the pictures that most of the races are showing resistant. And one marker, the SSR protein, was able to identify this closely linked to this black rot resistant gene for race 1. And genetic study of yield and molecular mapping of fruits qualities was done in muskmelon by Bhimappa. and he crafts different combinations. And fruit quality test QTLC identified, and he could prepare the linkage map also. And Puneet has identified and characterized the markers, and message the transcriptome study is done in Okra for YBND resistant, and a total of 9,000 differentially expressed gene, and the upregulated and downregulated genes were identified, and this database was submitted to NCBI. And after that, some markers were developed and they were validated, and these markers will be useful for further marker-based study, and studying this molecular behavior of this YBND resistant gene, Okra. Another understanding the role of important growth hormones in retention to parthenocarpic in cucumber was studied by Neha Kumari Mandal, and she has tried to know the basic phenomena and to understand how these hormones are working in non-parthenocarpic and parthenocarpic. So she applied this on this non-parthenocucumber, and as well as the parthenocarpic cucumber was compared. So in the non-parthenocarpic cucumber, gene cytokinin combinations was able to give a fruiting as equal to the parthenocarpic lines. So 89% this fruiting was observed. So this combination was found best for inducing the parthenocarpy in non-parthenocarpic these cucumber lines. And similarly, in the another objectives, she has tried to know estimate the quantity of the several of genes Gibberellin cytokinins in parthenocarpic and non-parthenocarpic cucumber. She found that cytokinins was present in very high amount in the parthenocarpic cucumber as compared to non-parthenocarpic cucumber. And in another objective, she tried to know the gene, the level of expression of the metabolic genes in the pathway of this gene cytokinin and gibberellin. So she found that in parthenocarpic cucumber, the cytokinin genes, especially IPT3 log 2, were the high regulated. The rapid generation advancements in capsicum was done by this Sahana to know that how we can go for rapid generation advancement and propagation of this chili. So they have tried to standardize the different media and the stage, at what stage that seed, especially they use the seed at after 25 days of the population, the seed was used for propagation, and she found that 25 to 30 days, around 30 days saving was there in the generation of the plant as compared to the seed. The seed matures in around 50 days. So another she tried to study the anther culture in this chili, and she found that this anther containing microspore at the uninucleate stage were found best for developing the plant in multiplication. In third objective, she tried to study the protocol for micropropagation chili. So in this one, leaf culture and the nodal explant were used, and both the method have been studied by her, and this will be used for further large scale multiplication of these and transformation study in chili. So in this one, we have around 28 research publication, and that was basically from student publication I am mentioning here, not the faculty. And these were published in very high journal, rating journal, the Frontier in Genetics of Frontier Plant Sciences, and some Indian journals also. And we have organized this meeting or conferences, global local roundtable conference, and international workshop on Dutch cauliflower. And most of the students of the divisions got placement. Some are other places, like 4 of these my division student, they got a ARS position out of 6 positions advertised by SRB, and some of students they got assistant professorship, and private sector also they have joined. So diverse type of state department also some students joined. So diverse type of job they have achieved. So almost placement is good in my division, and this is the honor and award for the students. And this faculty also they have got several awards, and especially Dr. Eddie Munshi, who is a very senior earlier professor, and he got 2 awards, the Chaudhary Awards and NGP Rao Endowment Award. So our students, they were exposed to different places like exposure visit. We have conducted in 2022 at Uttarakhand, and then they participated in international conference at France. 2 students of my division, and that was sponsored by the financial assistance given by DST. So in the last, I thank each and everyone, and hearing presently, I thank Director IRI, all the joint directors and associate dean, head of the vegetable science, and all the faculty members of my division, IRI, and students and other supporting technical and field staff. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, the research portfolio of the vegetable science division has been very, very large and exhaustive. Naturally, the division per se is also big. It contains so many crops, and naturally, you as a researcher has to, focus and attend almost all the important crops which are required in the country. So thank you, Dr. Yadav, for comprehensively presenting the salient achievements of your division. Well, before I give my concluding remarks, I would like to thank Director of the Institute, Dr. A.K. Singhji, for having invited me to this event. It's after a long time that I find myself amongst the young minds, and that definitely energizes anybody who is of my age. So I really feel it is my privilege to be with you, and thank the organizers, the director, the dean, for giving me this opportunity. Well, horticulture sector, we all know about it. Its importance is well known. For a country like India, where majority of the people are vegetarian in nature, there is no other nutritional security than the, horticulture. So naturally, in our context, our Indian context, the role of horticulture sector is very, very critical. We have been able to provide food security, but then when you look at the, the standing of our country on the nutritional index, we are much below, and that's not desired. And naturally, if we can bring it up, if we can provide nutritional security to the country, it has to come through you and you only. So naturally, your participation and your involvement as a researcher in horticulture is very, very pertinent. We talk about enhancing the farmer's income, in fact, doubling the farmer's income. And it has been realized that you cannot do it without diversifying and bringing into the component of horticulture. This has been well established, and there are models available where, by integrating horticulture with agriculture and other, components of agriculture, including fisheries, animal science, farmers' incomes have been doubled, definitely doubled, but then it has not happened everywhere. Therefore, your role, in overall agrarian, in upliftment of the overall agrarian society, which is still more than 50%, whether we like it or not. So your role in upliftment of the agrarian society is also very, very critical. Our population, about it. And then naturally, they need employment, and employment generation, where from will it come when 50% of the population, more than that, lives on agriculture? Naturally, entrepreneurship development, unless we are able to do that, you cannot, provide the right kind of, or the support that they need, your young generation, the youth need. And that also, in that context also, horticulture, role of horticulture is very, very critical. So I need not to expand on that. You are all students and professors of horticulture, you know it better than me. I can definitely say that your role is very, very critical, and you have to attend to that. Our policy planners in Government of India, realized this much, much earlier, in fact, in mid-80s. And accordingly, the plan allocations were increased. And we must thank the Government of India for that consistent monetary support in the form of enhancing the allocation to horticulture sector all along till today. We have been able to conceive and implement the horticulture mission, and that has led to real revolution in horticulture sector in this country. The overall infrastructure has improved, and if I point out one thing where your role as a researcher has been very, very critical is the availability of quality planting material. And in horticulture, in generally it is said, I know of potato, that 40% contribution of, the healthy material, planting material is more than 40%. And, that availability was enhanced through your research work. And here I would like to mention that role of tissue culture. Role of tissue culture, doing research is one thing, developing technology is another. And you have been able to develop regeneration technologies, multiplication technologies based on tissue culture, which has really revolutionized the availability of and production of quality planting material. I can mention here that banana and potato are these two commodities where more than 90% of the planting material is being generated through or produced through tissue culture. And if it has happened because of your research efforts, and naturally you deserve kudos for that. So there have been interventions from all sides. You have contributed, scientific community has contributed in its own way, and that has led to horticulture revolution in this country. So much so that today, horticulture production in this country has surpassed the food grain production. That's a real achievement to all of you, the entire community, and we should feel, satisfied and take pride that we have been able to achieve that. But past is past. We have to live in present. We have to think of tomorrow. What are the problems that beset today as far as your horticulture sector or whichever crop or commodity you are working? What are the current problems that exist and what are going to be the newer problems? Because unless you are able to analyze that what are going to be your future needs, you cannot do justice or you cannot achieve the target of providing solutions to those problems, impending problems in future. So it is in that context your research portfolio has to be just. I don't think I'm the right person to judge your research portfolio or comment on it. But definitely while going through and listening to different, the entire gamut of research that you are carrying out, I can say we are on the right track. And definitely, there are always scope for improvement. But then by and large, the kind of research, both basic as well as applied, I think both the components are there. And if you are complementing both the components in your research portfolio, I'm sure you'll be able to deliver and provide solutions to the problems of your respective commodities today and in the years to come. You see, I find a lot of basic studies that you have done. I find that you have been in fact, in most of the divisions, you have been mapping the traits and genes, developing markers, And then in some other studies, may not be for the same trait, but then in some other studies, I find utilization of this information, the genes and markers in developing resistant and tolerant varieties. That's good. That's really very heartening to me that we are not doing simple basic research, but we are trying to utilize that information, may not be by the same group of scientists, but in the years to come, somebody else has been able to utilize it and develop and utilize and develop the kind of genotypes and resistant varieties that are required. So that's really very, very heartening to me while listening to all the presentations. Specifically, I cannot say much. If I say floriculture, well, I see you are working on production technologies. You are working on enhancing the shelf life. Both of them are required, no doubt about it. We are in the nascent stage as far as floriculture in this country is concerned. It happens, the society is developing at a different pace at different regions. So in India, the floriculture took time, but then we have come of age, and we are, at a point where we can take, huge leap. Your research portfolio is appreciable, but I don't find much, when I look at the requirement of protected cultivation, because as I understand, most of the floriculture is done under protected cultivation. I don't deny it, that there are, open cultivation of flowers are not there. Marigold, of course, you are doing a lot of research on marigold, but then naturally, if you really want to make a dent, you have to develop, varieties, technologies, protection technologies, commensurate, for protected cultivation for different crops, for different species. And I'm sure it's not, it's a continuous process. I'm sure, some of these students would be taking up these, kind of studies in the years to come. Well, fruit science, an exhaustive research portfolio. I'm really impressed that some of you are doing pre-bidding for development of root stock. And in fact, if you ask me, root stocks is the crux of the problem that beset the fruit production or improvement, as far as the food productivity in this country is concerned. We have not been able to identify or develop, right kind of root stocks. Maybe our focus was not there. But I think I'm happy that you have been able to, you are developing, you are working on, developing root stocks. Fruits, definitely there are many other aspects that you are working. But one thing, this is my personal, view. I may be wrong. Pardon me if I, commit some mistakes in assessing or in visualizing things. But I find, if fruit crops have lagged behind in one area, that is breeding. We have not been able to breed good varieties. Colonial selections are being done. I know that. I've been part of this system for the last 45 years. And I can say you have been able to identify and develop good clones and release them as varieties. But still, a lot needs to be desired. And whenever I was on the board of Horticulture University, Noni, and when I raised this question to them, they said, sir, it takes a long time and nobody wants to devote that much time. I do agree with that. I don't deny that. In potato also it takes 15 years for developing a variety. But whether you may like it or not, we have developed 70 varieties since 1949, all indigenous. And 99% of the potato production in this country is being done using those indigenous varieties. So it can be done. My suggestion to the students, I cannot give suggestion to the professors, but I can give a suggestion to the students. Can we not work, following the concept of relay race? If say, for example, developing a variety in a given, commodity or crop takes 15 years or 20 years even, can we not work and pass on the baton as it is being done in relay race from one, research student to another? You initiate your work, one set of students initiate work, completed in three years or 4 years, and you generate some kind of information that is passed down and taken by the another student, and then she or he also, does that work, take it further, and likewise. And I'm sure, if we follow that, we can achieve, the target of developing fruit, varieties in fruit crops. I don't know whether I'm wrong or right, but this is my impression, and I thought I must share with you. Well, as far as your post-harvest technology is concerned, definitely you are working on post-harvest management of fruits. You are working on shelf life. But my suggestion to you is that you cannot, just take out the pre-harvest factors. The management, the post-harvest management begins with pre-harvest. So there are several things, several factors at pre-harvest stage, including the time of harvest, the maturity, that also affects. So I'm sure you will be taking those factors into account. Of course, the value addition you had been doing, but again, my suggestion is, if this country has to move from an agrarian society to the developed society, we have to move from primary agriculture to the secondary agriculture or even the tertiary agriculture. And that cannot be brought about. That kind of transformation cannot be brought about without the intervention of the post-harvest technology division. So your role is highly critical, highly important. So please think on those lines. And I'm sure you are working on that. I have seen so many presentations, so many theses working on that, but you have to intensify that, develop technologies, and pass on those technologies to the end users, to the entrepreneurs, so that the processing, or whatever you say, value addition, can start at the farm gate itself. Vegetable science, as I said, is a very big discipline. It has so many things. You are working on so many aspects, right from heterosis to combining ability. To me, it is an old, research, maybe 40 years research, 40 years back we were doing. But if it is required today, welcome, you do it. You are working on mapping of traits, that is required, most required. You are developing on identifying genes, that's required. You are working on developing varieties. Of course, in vegetables, you have been able to. IRI is a pioneer in developing varieties of different large array of vegetable crops. Everybody knows about that. So that you are still doing it, that's good. And then you are also trying to, study the regulation of, different, changes in the, plant, in the vegetables, whether it is flowering or fruit setting or whatever. So your research portfolio is big. You please continue with that. My only suggestion, whatever I said, that you try to, give focus wherever it is required. Say, for example, thermal insensitivity. In the morning before coming here, we were having a discussion or chat with your director, and he showed me, an article which has been published, of course, by highlighting by a variety of wheat, which is tolerance to heat. Now, it is required in heat. Last year, 5 million tons of wheat production, reduction in wheat production was observed. And its impact is still being followed, being, felt. You have stopped, your exports. The prices in the markets are up. This happened only because of one factor, that is the heat wave. Just at the end, and this year it is going to be much, much severe. So we have experienced it in crops, And, the good thing is the crop science division is working on that, and they are trying to develop, and they have developed varieties which can tolerate that kind of shock. Because unless you do that, you cannot provide food security. Now, that holds true for you. In fact, vegetable, in this country, vegetable per se are important, or horticulture per se is important, but then diversification, it has led to one good thing. It has increased the cropping intensity, and the role of vegetable sciences or vegetable crops is very, very critical. Farmers are able to take now, 2 to 3 crops by integrating short duration varieties, of course, of the crops, which is again commendable, and of the vegetable crops, which are of course short duration. But the only thing is thermal insensitivity, because when you try to change seasons, naturally, those factors come into play. You have been able to do it to some extent in cauliflower. We have been able to do it in case of potato. We have been able to develop heat-tolerant potatoes. Kufri Surya is there. We have developed another variety which can be grown early, which can be grown late, and if the temperatures rise is there, climate change is there, that can take care of it. So that's a segment in which you can focus. Again, last word, I'll remain on the same topic. Climate change is a reality. It's happening very fast. We did not visualize it. And your role as a researcher is that you must devote some thesis, some problem on impact of climate change, especially the temperature, on the entire, the growth of the plant, of a given plant, right from vegetative phase to flowering, to pollination, to fruit setting. Believe me, this is one aspect which is going to be impacted very, very severely in the years to come. In the end, I would like to thank once again the organizers, the director, and the dean for giving me this opportunity and being amongst all of you and learn. To be honest, I have learned a lot from your presentations and from your research work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are indeed honored to listen from your vast practical experience and will certainly follow your directions. It's time now to felicitate the chairperson. May I request Dean Madam to kindly do the honors? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So as convener of the session, it's my humble privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks. Before I do that, on behalf of everyone present here and on behalf of the director and the dean, we all wish a speedy recovery to Dr. Ram Asre so that he is here with us during the convocation on Friday. So wishing a speedy recovery to Dr. Asre. Now on behalf of director and dean, we all are thankful to the chairperson, Dr. Birpal Singh, for his kind acceptance of the invitation and conducting the proceedings of the session in a very comprehensive manner. Sir, the suggestions given by you from your practical experience are duly noted and will be taken care of. On behalf of all of us and all the convocation committees, we are thankful to Director Sir and Dean Madam for their kind guidance and support throughout. Thanks are also due to all the various convocation committees for their cooperation and coordination. A special mention for Dr. Shruti Sethi for taking over the proceedings and completing the presentation from post-harvest technology. Thank you, Dr. Sethi. I would also like to thank the Associate Dean along with his dedicated team from the PG School and the Dean and Director Office for providing all logistics support. And on behalf of the School of Horticulture Sciences, thanks are also due to Dr. Arpita Srivastav, who had coordinated all the session with me. Thank you, Dr. Arpita. So with this, I now invite you all for a cup of tea and we shall assemble at after 15 minutes to start for the School of Social Sciences. Thank you, one and all. At 11:30, please. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So a very good morning and a warm welcome to all for the sixth session for the day for the professor's presentation on the School of Social Sciences. I heartily welcome all the dignitaries, esteemed faculty and students who have joined us today for this session. So the chairperson for today's session on social sciences, Dr. VPS Arora, former Dean, GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, and former Vice Chancellor, Kumaon University, Nainital, is amongst us today. Sir, it's an honor for us to have you amongst us. May I kindly request you, sir, to grace the dais along with our director and dean, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I also welcome our Joint Director Extension, Dr. Padaria, and other dignitaries who have joined us. May I now request our Director, Dr. A.K. Singh, to kindly welcome the chairperson with a bouquet of flowers. पता नहीं कहाँ Thank you, sir. May I now request our Dean Madam for the welcome address to the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. Again, a hearty welcome to this post-tea session of it is the last session of the professor's presentation, 2 days event that we have been holding since yesterday. Respected Dr. VPS Arora, the former Dean, GB Pant University, Agricultural University, Pantnagar, and former Vice Chancellor of Kumaon University, Nainital, who has kindly accepted our invitation to be the chair of the social sciences session. And our director, sir, Dr. A.K. Singh, who has again, been very kind to spare out of the busy schedule, and the faculty, the dignitaries, and the students. So again, a very warm welcome to this, and thank you very much to all of you for gracing this occasion. Now I request Dr. A.K. Singh, sir, to kindly introduce the chair to the audience.
Good morning once again, and it's my proud privilege to welcome Professor VPS Arora as the chairperson of this particular session, where the work carried out by the students from Social Sciences School will be presented by the respective discipline professor. Dr. Arora is an eminent educationist who did his bachelor, master's, and PhD degrees from GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, and he also served there till he retired. So it's in various capacities as assistant professor, associate professor, professor, and dean. And he is one of very few people who, in fact, initiated the agribusiness program and culture in the country, establishing the first school of agribusiness management at Pantnagar University as its founder, dean. He has his specialization in economic theory and mathematics and statistics, and also his major interest has been on agricultural and rural economics, agricultural policy and development research, methodology, and quantitative techniques and agribusiness management. He served as Vice Chancellor of Agritesra University. This is private university, and prior to that, he was also Vice Chancellor of Kumai University. So he has made great contribution, also served at Sarda University. So he brings in a lot of experience of education in the field of agriculture, both from private sector as well as from public sector. We have great pleasure in welcoming you, sir, to this important function of IRI, the Convocation Week program, and we look forward for your valuable suggestions, guidance, and blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. Now, with the permission of the chair, I would wish to apprise the House regarding the modalities for the presentation. So for session 6 on School of Social Sciences, we will continue as we were doing for the previous sessions. The presentations will be made by the professors of the following disciplines in the following order. We'll start with agricultural economics, to be followed by agricultural extension, then agricultural statistics, bioinformatics, and computer application. So for all the 5 disciplines, the time allocation has already been conveyed to the professors. It is based on the number of thesis abstracts for each discipline plus an additional 3 minutes. So I hope we all will adhere to the time limit so that we can complete the session in the timely manner. Just for your ease and for the chairperson, I will switching on the light 2 minutes prior, yellow light will be there so that you can wind up your presentation. And at the end, when your time allocated is finished, the red light will blink. So it is just for your ease and to wrap up the presentation. So kindly be free and you present your presentations in the time allotted. Thank you one and all. And now I hand over the session to the respected chairperson for his remarks and to conduct the further proceedings of the session. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody, still because it's not 12 now. At the outset, I feel privileged to chair this very important session. And I'm really grateful to Dr. Singh and Dr. Anupma Singh to have invited me and considered me competent to chair such an important intellectual activity that we have. I have gone through the presentation they are going to make in terms of abstract that is there, and found that the research that is being carried out is in thrust area. Particularly that I am very much impressed with the abstract that I have seen on the last 2 topics, the computer applications and bioinformatics. They are trying to merge, they are trying to integrate with the other domain knowledge of agriculture. This is the good thing that I have observed. More, I'll be speaking after the presentations are over. And I invite Dr. Alka Singh to make presentation on the agriculture economics. And as has been mentioned, please stick to the time schedule that is given. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. A respected chairperson of the session, Dr. VPS Arora sir, Director IRI, Dean and Joint Director Education, convener of the session, other dignitaries of the dais, my all scientific colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. I feel privileged to present here significant educational achievements in the discipline of agricultural economics. To start with, the mandate of our division is to act as Center of Excellence for Advanced Research and Postgraduate Education in Agricultural Economics, then strengthening and developing collaborative linkages and capacity building in frontier areas of the discipline. Sir, this year we have 5 MSc and 6 PhD students who are graduating this year, and we have summarized their research work under 3 themes. First themes relates to institutional innovations and rural livelihood,
where our students worked on rice efficiency and profitability in case of Tanzania, because that student belonged to Tanzania. Then crop output disposal pattern and its impact on income, and farm households income analysis, and dietary diversity, gender and nutrition linkages in Bangladesh. Then the second theme is technology, resource and environment, where our student worked on paddy straw management technologies, then effect of fertilizer use, sustainability issues, and climatic variability and its impact on the productivity. Then the third issue relates to agriculture markets and value chain, where a student worked on supply response and price transmission in major edible oil seeds, maize value chains, and economic valuation model for public system originated crop varieties. To start with the first theme, sir, this piece of research based on the unit level situation assessment data analysis worked out how agricultural households income in the most recent period, that is 2018-19, and compared with the 2012-13. And right now at current prices, the average household income, farmer household income is 1,29,000. At 11-12 prices, it is 87,000, and the growth rate is 3.42%. But here the major thing to discern is that wages and salaries and livestock income are the drivers of the income, whereas income from the crop as well as non-farm income, they have derived a negative growth rate. Now, if we classify according to states, we can just see that there is a peculiar trend that is still eastern states, they are lying in the lower growth rate strata, and particularly Odisha, we can just say that during the earlier period of 2002-3 to 12-13 round, we saw that it is having the above national average growth rate. But recently in this round, this has in the negative growth rate. So that is a kind of peculiar thing. And our one of the MSc thesis, they have just discovered this enigma as well. We have also explored here that what is the impact of non-farm income on farm investment, and it was found that in case of Bihar, it is significant, whereas in case of Rajasthan, it was not. Then this piece of work, which basically explored changes in farmers' income in Odisha, it shows that wages and salaries contributed the largest share to the total income in all the three periods of 2002-3, 12-13 and 18-19, but the share of crop sector is almost constant in all the three periods. However, the income from non-farm business and farming animals, that is basically decreased. So that is why the larger decrease in 2018-19 period was witnessed. Once we just wanted to see what is the crop output disposal, particularly paddy, as it is the main crop in Odisha farmers, we just found that mostly the informal agencies are more prominent, and farmers are marketing to that irrespective of the farm size classes. Once we just try to see its implication in terms of the price realization, we found that about 24% higher price realization is there once farmers go through the formal agencies, which includes not only the government agencies, but collectivization, FPOs, and other corporate contract farming. So basically, this gives a kind of policy implications that expanding outreach of paddy procurement automation system, which is the initiative of the government of Odisha, then strengthening collectivization and promoting market competition can improve income of small and marginal farmers. Other piece of work relates to spatial and temporal trends of input use, efficiency and profitability of rice production in Tanzania, which is one of the main staple crop of the country. And here, this interrupted time series analysis basically shows that one of the program which was designed by and implemented by Tanzanian government on National Rice Development Strategy, that is a phase 1, which started from 2009 and ended to 18, that has basically helped in long-term gains of paddy productivity. Earlier, it used to be quite volatile or instable productivity of rice. Here, once we saw this through data envelope analysis, that what is the efficiency levels, we found that though efficiency scores are less, but it is improving over a period of a time. However, we also find that rice markets in Tanzania were found integrated, and it has recently gained competitive advantage in rice exports along with the other major competitor like India, Pakistan, and Thailand. So appropriate policies and incentives to producers for input price stabilization, output price support, and irrigation infrastructure is needed to make it a dent in the global exports. This piece of research basically examined implications of farm production diversity on dietary diversity, and its also implications on nutritional outcomes of farm households in Bangladesh. It also analyzed what is the role of women empowerment or participation in decision making and its impact on household nutritional status, and above all, investigated consumers' knowledge, access, and purchasing behavior of biofortified food for improved nutrition in the two cities of Dhaka and Delhi. And this, the data is largely for the first two objectives were Bangladesh Integrated Household Survey, which is a nationally representative data, and it contains 10,000 households. So it used panel data to discern those kind of outcomes. So the salient findings are that household dietary diversity and farm production diversity increased over all the three periods, but still more than 20% of households are unable to meet their minimum calorie requirement in Bangladesh. However, a positive association between farm production diversity and dietary diversity as well as nutritional outcome was found established. The last thing is that the market orientation and access to market and participation in social safety net programs has also impacted household dietary diversity. The other thing which is important is that the Women Decision Autonomy Index was constructed, and it shows a consistent improvement over a period of time, and it has positive association with the nutritional intake and dietary intake. So that is also an important implications. We also analyzed consumers' perceptions and willingness to pay for biofortified products. And we just found that the consumer knowledge is very much limited in case of biofortified. They are all generally mistaken by the organic or the GM product. And once we just try to explore consumer willingness to pay through a contingent evaluation method for biofortified, that is zinc and iron enriched wheat flour, we found that consumers were willing to pay 19% higher prices at the conventional wheat flour. So this has a very important implication that apart from the wider adoption or the dissemination of those varieties, the information and the knowledge level and the perception of the consumers about biofortified crops also need to be worked. The second theme relates to technology and environment. Here, one of our master's students worked on spatial and temporal pattern of paddy straw burning events in northwestern India, which is a perennial problem. And here, the database developed and managed by Division of Physics was used, that is CREAMS database. And it showed that paddy straw burning events showed a decreasing trend, but somehow in 2020, there is a slight resurgence is there. Southern districts of Punjab and western districts of Haryana, they contributed more in terms of the burning events. However, Punjab is of course having the significant share in the burning events as compared to the Haryana and western UP. There are several solutions for these paddy straw management or crop residue management, and one of the technology is Happy Seeder. So that one survey was done in Karnal district of Haryana about the efficacy of Happy Seeder in terms of net returns, and it was found that those farmers who have adopted Happy Seeder, they have additional net revenue of 12,000 per hectare. However, there were certain constraints which were spelled out by the farmers, and the one is that in requirement of high power tractors, then machine availability is costly, unavailability of subsidy in time, cumbersome procedure of subsidy, and preference of custom hiring centers to many large farmers, and hence small farmers have faced problems. Hence, some of the solutions that apart from the diversification, creation of industrial demand for paddy straw, promotion of short duration rice varieties, and other residue management machines promotion, and by reducing their constraints should be promoted in the area. This piece of research basically estimated nutrient use in crop production and in the changing fertilizer market reforms, and especially assessed the effectiveness of DBT's scheme. It also explored yield response and of the major crops to fertilizer use and farmers' perception and extent of adoption of biofertilizers. The analysis showed that interrupted time series analysis showed that retention price scheme has increased. The long-term effect on nitrogen fertilizer consumption increase, whereas NBS scheme had a long-term effect of decrease in nitrogen fertilizer consumption. Whereas this DBT scheme, which was piloted in 2016 and then rolled out in pan-India basis in 2017, that has also given an indication that monthly urea sales got reduced after implementation of DBT by the tune of almost 8,000 tons per month. We also explored a biofertilizer potential and preference and in IGP region, and farmers' perception of biofertilizer is that low availability of biofertilizer and poor quality are the major issues. And most farmers also do not perceive biofertilizers as an input that can improve soil health and crop yield considerably. Their perception is mainly in terms of the increase, that is decrease in the cost, and this is a kind of hindrance to the adoption of this technology. However, meta-analysis showed that biofertilizer has resulted in average yield increase of 0.05 tons per hectare. We have conducted this experiment of discrete choice experiments, and where farmers, just to know what are the traits farmers prefer in a biofertilizer as a product. So farmers preferred biofertilizer from government sources mainly because of the reliability or the quality issues, and they also perceive that higher utility from liquid biofertilizer, which have longer shelf life, is preferred. This piece of work basically assessed the impact of climate variability in different agroclimatic zones of Karnataka and also identified level of adoption of climate change adaptive techniques. It shows through the data of IMD on temperature and rainfall data that mean maximum temperature significantly increased in certain zones, agroclimatic zones of the state, and which has adversely impacted yield of rice and groundnut. Whereas bajra has turned out as the most climate resilient crop across all the agroclimatic zones. Farmers also perceived climate change and associated variability in terms of frequent occurrence of extreme events and declining yield, which was validated by the data as well. Majority of farmers practiced altering of sowing dates using drought-tolerant varieties and mixed cropping, followed by crop insurance as income management strategies. However, the efficient water management through farm ponds also resulted in increase in gross cropped area, especially Rabi area in the study area. This piece of work basically worked on the working of the agriculture sustainability index at the different agroclimatic zone level as well as at the farmer level, and 3 dimensions of sustainability, that is environment, economic and social dimensions were taken, and different indicators were spelled out, and the zones were classified, and it was found that northern dry zone and northeastern transition zone were having the very low sustainability. Hence, one northern dry zone was selected, and based on the 300 sample farmers, the farm level sustainability indexes were constructed based on the weights associated by the principal component analysis. Level of information and network, farmers information networks were also explored, that how these sustainable agricultural practices can be more leveraged. And it was found that government extension personnel as well as social capital can be better utilized for the promotion of those sustainable practices in the region. The third theme relates to agriculture markets and value chain. And here, this piece of work analyzed the maize value chain and its impact on the farmers' income in Davangere district of Karnataka. Maize, which has many industrial uses, and here the growth rate in terms of area and production has also increased. However, the hotspot in the production has now moved from the northern states to the southern states.
And we found that there is a structural breakthrough in 2002 in terms of expanding area due to increased demand by poultry, starch industries, and changed consumption pattern. And there is a structural break in 2006 in production front because of the increase in terms of improved varieties of hybrids, composites, mechanization, better irrigation facilities, etc. Here in the poultry feed industries, 3 maize value chains were identified. The last channel, which incorporates FPOs also along with processors, that yielded a higher net benefit to farmers. This piece of study basically analyzed supply response and price transmission of major edible oil seeds. And here supply response study shows that oil seeds are price responsive, and with the right kind of price mechanism, production can be increased. However, the price uncertainty and cost of production tend to reduce the production response. Irrigation coverage and amount of rainfall have positively associated. Among all these oil seeds, soybean showed consistent growth, while other 2 oil seeds showed volatile growth and decrease in production also. The presence, what kind of vertical price transmission is there? It was found it is asymmetric, which means that once prices have increased, it is also increased in the retail market. But once there is a downslide in the prices, it is not well reflected at the retail level. So this basically shows imperfection of the market, and hence more competition in terms of processing and retailing sectors can be there that allows that allows basically this market power can be just lead to the positive asymmetry. This last piece of work is basically commercialization of technologies to stakeholders in the form of licensing is basically a major source of revenue for any public sector organization, including us. And here what we just try to do is that we have taken a kind of standardization of the appropriate methodologies and validation by taking the reference variety of Pusa Basmati 1718. And here we have collected primary data from the inventor, that is Division of Genetics, as well as licensees who have taken license of Pusa Basmati 1718 on aspects of returns, additional investments, how they have made profit generation, then variables critical for the success of the variety in the market. And the Black-Scholes real option based valuation model was applied, was validated, and it was revealed that at the value of technology from licensees' point of view varies from 11 crores to 33 crores once we have taken 30%, 50%, and 70% incidence of bacterial leaf blight, for which this variety is known for. And hence here we just showed that the cost of inventor is inventing this technology is 1.17 crore. So this doesn't reflect undervaluation of this variety. However, we can realize more value by disseminating to large number of licensees. Sir, during the program, we have conducted 2 training programs. One is the Center of Advanced Faculty Training for the scientists of NARS, and other is in NHEP sponsored training program for the postgraduate students. And a sizable number of students and researchers, they have participated. We have also uploaded videos on YouTube also. Presently, we have on roll 49 students, and our placement of the students includes Reserve Bank of India, Agriculture Research Services, and 1 student in CGIAR. And sir, I'm just proud to say here that we have published this year from students publication 20 research papers, and more than 10 NARS rating we have 1 paper, and 8 to 10 NARS rating we have 5 paper, and 6 to 8 NARS rating 7 papers. So this is as per the social science dimensions. I am really proud of that, and I congratulate my faculty and students for this hard work. We have, sir, research guides 11, and total faculty as 17 with 1 newly admitted faculty. These are some of the student publications, which are the journal in multidisciplinary journals they have published. And some of the recognition of student research in terms of participation and winning awards in conferences, symposia, workshops. And these are some of the faculty awards. Many of scientists are, sir, very young in our division, and they have bagged R.T. Doshi Award and a Majumdar Award and 1 Lal Bahadur Shastri Outstanding Young Scientist Award.
And these are some of the other activities where our faculty and students, they have participated. And with this, my last but not the least, that I profusely acknowledge contributions and support of our Director, Joint Director Research, Dean and Joint Director Education, Head Division of Agricultural Economics, students, chairperson, faculty and staff of the division, and above all, PG School IRI. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much. I'll speak about this by observations later on. Thank you very much for that. The next presenter. Agriculture extension, please.
Honorable Chair, respected Director Sir, Dean and Joint Director Education, Convener of the session, Head Director ISRI, professors, students and dear friends. A salient achievement made in the Division of Agriculture Extension for the last year, I would like to present before you. At present, sir, we have 20 faculty and number of research guides are 12. There is one adjunct faculty, and besides the courses for the agriculture extension, we are offering major of the PGS courses like technical writing, then research ethics, environmental and disaster management, and related to science and society. These are the courses which are offered across the discipline. This year we shall have 15 students taking the degree, 5 from PhD and 10 from masters, and 1 is from Nigeria. First area for the division has been to develop the extension models, program evaluation, entrepreneurship development, farmer-led innovation, nutrition and gender empowerment, as well as capacity building. In alignment of these thrust areas of the discipline, the student research have been also been there, and the major themes for this year has been assessment of schemes, programs and practices, innovations and education, entrepreneurship development, nutrition and livelihood system. The first one is to be presented is by Mr. Grease, who tried to make an assessment of the farm fund scheme of Maharashtra. You know, the Vidarbha and other areas which are facing drought, the Maharashtra government has been giving the subsidy of 5,000 rupees to the farmers to have the farm fund scheme. And related to that, he tried to assess what are the advantages of this scheme. And it was found that those farmers who had this availed this benefit of this scheme, there was increase in the land utilization. And most of the area is now shifting towards commercial crop like pomegranate, sweet orange, and custard apple. And however, the problem is related to maintenance of the farm fund. After availing the scheme, most of the farmers are not able to maintain it properly. So there has to be some kind of policy guidelines. Once the benefit has been drawn, how best it can be sustained. And most of the farmers are using the water in Rabi season. And there has been a promotion of drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation so that there is optimum use of water, and many of the farmers have adopted fisheries as a supplement income generation enterprise. Other popular scheme of the government of the our honorable Prime Minister is the direct benefit transfer, where the farmers are getting 6,000 rupees in 3 installments, and that is created a kind of sense of ownership in agriculture, and most of the small and marginal farmers have been immensely benefited. And this study tried to capture what are the advantages farmers are getting in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. And it was found that the effectiveness index with respect to utility of the land, input utilization, behavior, level of satisfaction, comprising of all these indices, the farmers had drawn the satisfaction and the benefit from this scheme. And it was found that there was 2.5% in enhancement in livelihood index of the beneficiary of the farmers in comparison to the non-beneficiary. Non-beneficiary were those who, because of certain problems related to Aadhaar and other kinds of documents, it was not verified, so they could not have the benefit. Second study was related to what has been the impact of the agriculture development programs, particularly NFSM, National Food Security Mission, as well as the other programs rolled out by the government. Since 1952, we have been witnessing the planned change in the country, but the kind of access to the farmers or selection of the beneficiaries have been always reported. There are the lacuna. So this study tried to quantify what has been the access to the benefits of the different projects or different programs. Having the 10 components like cognition, involvement, assurance, motivation, inclusion, having these all different dimensions considered, they tried to find out what has been the extent of access in 2 states, Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. It was found that in both the states, there was high degree of access to the different programs. And because of these schemes, the farmers had drawn the benefit in terms of advancement in income, crop diversification, material position, and also entrepreneurship development. Another study was related to the IRI's extension approaches. IRI has been serving to the farmers to the different technologies, but also the innovations in the different kind of approaches have been there. And 2 prominent schemes or the programs of outreach programs of IRI has been the partnership with national universities, maybe state agriculture universities as well as central agriculture universities and ICR institutions, and then also voluntary organization. With these partnerships, we are trying to disseminate our technology. This study tried to find it out, what is the kind of effectiveness. So it was found that IRI view of partnership and model village program, and it was significantly different. It means wherever we had the more partnership, the dissemination rate was faster of our technologies. Second study was related to the crop residue management and how best in the Punjab and Haryana the farmers are able to use the technologies. This study tried to quantify the different extent of use of this crop management technologies. So it was found that those farmers who had lower age and higher education and the total land size holding bigger than the other farmers, mass media contact, social participation, these are the kind of variables which affected most in taking the adoption decision related to residue management. And they also tried to find out what are the constraints in crop residue management. It was particularly related to the farm assembly because the small farmers are not able to afford to the access of the farm assemblies. Though the government of India has promoted most of the custom hiring centers, but then benefits are going to the large farmers. And also there are certain challenges of the perception. If they are going for happy seeder or rotavator, they believe that there will be the population of the insect pest, and that's why they are going for burning. And also high cost of transportation and high labor charges are other hindering factors. Another kind of study was done on the one of the mega program of Government of India, like a promotion of farmer producer organization. Government of India aims to have more than 10,000 farmer producer organization, and there this budget also a lot of emphasis was given for infrastructure fund, how the farmer producer organizations can be enhanced. And this study tried to find out in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana how the different farmers are getting into the participation of FPO activities. Again, the social factors and access to farmer credit and training attended that played a significant role in making adoption decision related to participation in FPO. The salient finding from this research was the most important factors for overall impact of FPO was found at how much it can be scaled up, and then how much they are able to participate in that. And some of the factors were there: lack of accessibility, lack of technical competency, and also the training. So another kind of study was done related to the career perception on the agriculture graduate students. This study was a comparative study between the students of Nigeria and students of IRI and other deemed university of ICR, and they tried to find it out that what are the kind of strategic options we can choose so that more of the motivation of the students are given for choosing the career related to agriculture. It was found that recognition of agriculture as a novel career is the major strategic option for Nigeria. Then there should be orientation towards more of practical than the theoretical classes. Then focus on skill acquisition as well as the student scholarship, they were preferred. Then practical attachment training of students to agro-based business centers, that would have been playing a critical role. That's why the students preferred this. And in similarity with the Indian students, they felt that there should be provision for a startup facility for upcoming entrepreneurs. And there should be synergy between academia, industry, and government for holistic development or personality development of the students to become more entrepreneur. There should be proper and full-scale integration of agriculture in school curriculum. And there is a need for development and introduction of simple farm gate machines, because farming with soiling our hand with soil, sometimes it becomes a kind of demotivating factor for most of the people to take agriculture. Another study was taken, what are kind of educational need the students and other field level extension professionals needs to disseminate agriculture innovations. In this study, it was found that among the different components of individual competency, cognitive skill, networking, association, and mobilization competency were more distinctive. And people wanted to know how best the field level extension professionals can be trained, and those kinds of training institutions can take better step and develop the curricula so that the competency is there in the individual level to carry forward the agriculture innovations. Second study was related to the career choice of the student. Again, the family income, parents' occupation, and father's education, mother's education, and peer group consult, they were the predominant factors for the students to take choices related to agriculture. Then entrepreneurship is one of the major segment of the research in division. So people try to study in this related to entrepreneurial climate, what is desirable. Most of the time, people want to become entrepreneur, but supporting systems are not available. So how do you develop the entrepreneurial climate? That was the major theme taken in this study. And it was found that work commitment, social norms, social capital, contact with extension, cosmopoliteness, and achievement motivation were the major factors which led to the recognition of the entrepreneurial climate. And the majority of agripreneurs found that market support system was strongly and partially supportive. Among them, the awareness program is required. And most of the time, stakeholders believe that there should be certain kinds of other support system like social support system or family support system or financial support system, how all those support systems come as a convergence platform so that a farmer or entrepreneur can draw the benefits from the different segments. Another study was taken on value chain analysis of cereal and horticulture crops of IRI. And this study, they wanted to see how best the value chain can be taken up. So mostly it was required that the training need is there. Most of the farmers, they require much of the training related to the cultivation and then the post-harvest handling and also the input required for quality production. So training need identification was done, and these training needs can be supplemented to the other people so that they can arrange such kinds of training program so that there is quality production and the value addition can happen at the different levels. And the constraints were faced at each level of the chain, from the farmers, local trader, processor, and commission agent, wholesale dealers, and retailers. For all those constraints, there has to be certain kinds of concerted effort, like a lack of availability of seed, how best we can provide the quality seeds. And then at the local trader, high price fluctuation and availability of labor, high transition cost. Similarly, for processor, high price fluctuation is there. For commission agent, infrastructure is a problem. Wholesaler, lack of quality produce. Similarly, every segment, there are certain challenges. So the problem solution has to be, thank you. So we have to see that how best the constraints at each level or each chain we can manage it. Another study was done on factors which determine adoption behavior of high-tech cultivation, particularly rows in Karnataka. It is coming up as an entrepreneurial venture, but it was found that many of the farmers, they took up, but some factors are always coming up in between the behavioral component, like mass media contact and subsidy, extension contact, investment from other sources. These are the governing factors which spelled out why the farmers are choosing for high-tech and why they are not choosing. Similarly, there was another study on nutrition education, and it was found that most of the states like eastern part of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and it was found that the school children lack knowledge in nutrition. Though there is midday meal scheme, but how those nutrition component can be added into the food security parameter so that the students are groomed up how to take a balanced diet. So this study highlighted how best there should be change in the curriculum so that nutritional knowledge can be imparted to at the school level itself. Another study was done on indigenous food system, particularly in tribal population of Tripura. This study developed a food map, and they found that there are 25 kind of traditional foods which are very good. And it was found that it was highly correlated with the body mass index of the population. And they suggested that the majority of students Majority of the respondents had high knowledge about the indigenous food system, but they are moving towards more modern foods nowadays. So there has to be a kind of effort to sensitize the people towards the importance of indigenous food. And in both the west and south of Tripura, 16 to 20% adolescent women were having less than normal body mass index, and 65 to 68% they were anemic. So immediate need is to sensitization and bring in more of the traditional food component into the diet. And this is one of the good study done during the pandemic situation by Rakshit. And though he was unwell, but he could complete his work during the pandemic situation. He tried to analyze what kinds of adaptation people used while they were in the home or there was loss of job. So borrowing money was one of the prominent adaptation strategy. And for this, they tried to identify there were the factors like family size, land holding, or social participation, and cosmopoliteness. These were the factors which determined the loan-taking behavior of the farmers. And as a result of the students and faculty research, the publications are also improving in Division of Agriculture Extension. There are 8 publications which are having NAS rating more than 6. And recognition to the different faculties are also there. One of our scientists, Dr. R.R. Burman, secured NAS Fellow, and he's now selected as ADG Agriculture Extension. And he has been spearheading with the other faculty of our division, Dr. Grijesh, Dr. Sangeeta, Dr. Murli, Dr. Sitaram, and Dr. Subhasri, related to communicating science with Pusa Samachar. And recognition to students have been also there. And Mr. Parveen got the Best Thesis Award at the first International Conference on Global Initiative in Research, Innovation and Sustainable Development in Agriculture at Guru Khasi University, Punjab. Mr. Saurabh Tiwari, sports person, he got the badminton gold medal for both men and double. And Preeti Yadav got the first prize for essay competition, which was held during Independence Day at IRI. And similarly, students like Sonali, Susmita, Sweetie, Mani Chandana, Amit Sinha got the best oral presentation in national seminars. And Sudeep and Parveen got the best poster presentation in the seminars. I acknowledge the guidance and mentoring by the Honorable Director IRI, Dean Joint Director Education for financial support, Associate Dean for making all the faculty on tour for submission of reports, Joint Director Research, PG School IRI, all the faculty and students and head of Division of Agriculture Extension, as well as all the farmers and respondents who made possible for all this study during even pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kodaria. Excellent presentation. My observation should be then later.
Thank you.
So I invite now next Dr. Sini Varghese. Dr. Sini Varghese, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present the significant educational achievements during last year by pertaining to the discipline of agricultural statistics. So we had, during last year, we have had a faculty strength of 33. 4 are dual faculty members. They are teaching in bioinformatics as well. We have 15 eligible PhD guides and 4 are eligible for only for MSc guidance. We are offering 44 courses with a credit load of 104 to our second year, third year PhD and second year MSc students. Others are having new BSMA syllabus, and the UG courses are also our faculty. In UG courses also our faculty is involved. We are running the usual senior certificate courses where our faculty is involved. So regarding the student strength, our first batch of MSc passed out in 1966 and PhD in 1968. At present, the currently enrolled student strength in PhD is 36 and in MSc it is 19. This year, 8 of our PhD students are getting degree. They are Rahul, Nobin, Ronit, Samir, Kapil, Sayantani, Debopam and Vinay. And 5 of our MSc students are getting degree. They are Bappa, Ankit, Rapsanjani, Anita and Devendra. So these are our major areas of research. This year, the degree recipients have worked on 1, 2, and 4 area. So coming to the first area of research, that is designing and analysis of experiments, our PhD student Rahul Banerjee worked under the guidance of Dr. Seema Jaggi ma'am on the topic statistical designs for mixture experiments in agricultural research and algorithmic approach. Now, these mixture experiments, we all know that this can be obtained by mixing 2 or more components called ingredients or mixture components, and they can be seen in almost every area of research. Inputs may be applied at different growth stages in splits or a fertilizer conversion or split doses of nitrogen or blending fruit juice of lime and amla. So it can be seen almost in all areas of research. So the major research gaps were designs with a smaller number of runs have to be obtained, and when the process variable were having hard to change levels like temperature, then the designs have to be obtained, and sometimes the response variable may be qualitative in nature. So with these objectives, the student undertook the problem, and he has obtained efficient de-optimal designs using modified Fedorov algorithm, and he obtained the mixture designs for or methodology for obtaining designs with less run sequences, and that too when the process variable were difficult to change, were having difficult to change levels. So minimal level change designs were obtained, and when the response variable was qualitative in nature, he has used a logistic model to solve the issue. He has published 2 papers, and some conference presentations have been made. Another PhD student, Sayantini Kammakar, who worked under my guidance on the topic multi-balanced experimental designs for agricultural research. She has obtained some incomplete row column designs and two-part row column designs using or by fusing 2 or more T designs. T designs are nothing but generalized class of incomplete block designs. So when there is when it is not possible to obtain complete T balance due to resource crunch, partially balanced T designs in lesser number of blocks and lesser block size are advised. So they help in identifying best combination of components out of several available components. Especially we can say in the case of integrated farming system research, these designs are very helpful in identifying the components of the combinations. She has obtained 4 series of partially balanced T designs, and algorithmic approach was developed for constructing incomplete row column designs, and 2-part structurally incomplete row column designs were obtained. Structurally incomplete row column designs are especially helpful when some of the units are not available for some particular segment of the experimentation. So she has 6 research papers to her credit, and 3 are above 7 NAS rating. 2 R packages were also published in CRAN. These are used globally by our researchers. The number of hits are indicated here. She has also participated in a number of conferences. One of them is USARC Global Conference, where she presented her work. Next PhD student, Mr. Vinay Kumar, worked under my guidance again for PREP statistical designs for breeding trials. We all know that early generation breeding trials are conducted in multiple locations, and where the resources, minimum amount of resources are to be used. So partially replicated or PREP designs give an alternate in that solution, in that situation. These designs are intermediate solution between complete replicated designs and unreplicated trials. So only a portion of the lines are replicated under each environment. So he has obtained some series of PREP designs using newly constructed resolvable partially balanced incomplete block designs. He has also derived the expressions for best linear unbiased predictor under a random effects model setup. He has developed and published 3 R packages, and 2 papers are under his credit. And he has also made presentations in conferences. This is the last student from that particular area, Ankit Singh. He has worked under the chairmanship of Dr. Sukanta Das. He is an MSc student, designs for factorial experiments for main effects and consecutive 2-factor interactions. This was his research topic. The objectives were to develop block designs for factorial experiments and to obtain unblocked designs for fractional factorial plans. He has met with the objectives after the study, and the proposed designs are particularly useful in crop sequence experiments where experimenter is interested in
estimation of all main effects and only in the consecutive two-factor interactions. Unblocked designs can be used in situations where number of factors are very large and due to lack of resources, one cannot go for a full factorial plan. So next area of research was sampling techniques. Four of our students were worked in this area. First student is a PhD student, Nobin Chandrapal, who worked under the chairmanship of Dr. Anil Rai sir. So he worked on the research topic, integration of data from two surveys with spatial sampling units. The data integration is a relatively new field of research that provides low-cost solution. So very limited work is undertaken to combine data from different surveys using spatial information. So the student has developed a methodology for spatial integration, and the method will provide efficient estimation of profile at the district level with the help of geographically weighted regression, also known as GWR popularly. So the advantage is that the methodology developed results in significant reduction in the number of crop-cutting experiments for estimation of cotton yield and will significantly reduce the survey cost as well. It can be applied in other areas as well. One paper is published and the student received one best article award also. Now, an MSc student, Bappa Saha, worked under the guidance of Dr. Ankur Biswas on the research topic, geographically weighted regression-based model calibration approach under complex sampling design. GWR is already discussed. This model takes into account spatial non-stationarity, and it can also capture the spatially varying relationship between different variables. So the student has developed the methodology, and the model can be well fitted in data related to agriculture, forestry, etc. From his MSc research, he has communicated one paper and it is accepted for publication. And next student is another MSc student, Anita Sarkar, who worked under the guidance of Dr. Prachi Misra Sahu. An alternative survey-based approach for generating estimates of milk production was her research topic. In India, milk production is estimated under integrated sample survey scheme. So there was a need to improve this ISS scheme, and hence a new improved estimator has to be developed. So methodology for the estimation of milk production for all groups of milk animals using the calibration approach was developed. And this can be extended to other livestock products like meat, egg, and wool also. The last MSc student in this area, that is Devendra, who worked under the chairmanship of Dr. Kaustav Aditya on the research topic multivariate calibration estimator for the population total under two-stage sampling design when the auxiliary variables are highly correlated. So when there are more number of auxiliary variables which are used for improving the precision of estimators, it is very usual that the auxiliary variables are multicollinear in nature. So the objective was to develop a multivariate calibration estimator for population total. So the student has developed the methodology, and the developed estimator can be used in estimating the agriculture stock price, where the price or earnings ratio of the farmers is used as auxiliary variable instead of using them separately. Also, it can be used in estimating crop yield, where auxiliary variables may be land size and seed rate. So the last research area is statistical modeling, where 5 of our students work. First PhD student Ronit Jaiswal, he worked under the guidance of Dr. Girish Kumar Jha on the topic a study on recurrent neural networks for agricultural price forecasting. Agricultural price forecasting is a challenging task because of the inherent noisy, non-stationary, non-linear nature of the series. So we all know that AI models work better, but there are limitations. So the objectives were to investigate the performance of NAPS model and to develop a hybrid model. So the models were developed and tested, and it has been confirmed that the neural network models can be improved by utilizing the closely linked series of exogenous variables series, and the model can capture not only the seasonality but also any other type of hidden short-term and long-term patterns. So this excellent piece of work was published in a journal with an AS rating 11.61. Another publication is also there from the study. He has also participated in the Global USAR conference and presented his work. And there are 4 R packages which were developed during the study, and they are being widely used by the researchers. Another student who again worked in the agriculture price forecasting using decomposition based deep learning models under the guidance of Dr. Girish Kumar Jha. The student name is Kapil, and due to different scales of fluctuations in the price series, decomposition based forecasting models give more accurate and reliable prediction than monoscale models. So deep learning has shown great capability. So the student has worked on the models, and the salient findings are different hybrid models by combining decomposition techniques as listed here with a different forecasting model to improve the accuracy of agricultural price forecasting were developed. And it has been seen that variational mode decomposition based CNN model outperformed the existing models. Again, 3 R packages were developed and published, and one paper is accepted for presentation, publication. He also participated and presented his work in USAR Global Conference. Now, another student is Samir Burman, who worked under the guidance of Dr. V. Ramasubramanian on the topic bootstrap resampling based prediction intervals for time series forecasting. Time series predictions are usually given as point forecast. But if we report them as prediction intervals, then more information can be obtained about the future uncertainty. So the objectives undertaken were to develop bootstrap resampling based prediction interval methods and to explore the neural network models in combination with bootstrap resampling methods. So many novel bootstrap resampling methods as listed here were obtained using different models for different situations. The main advantage is that the proposed methods, when the series is linear in nature, they overcome undercoverage problems, and when it is non-linear, they maintain the PI's length in the presence of outliers in the data sets. The student has published one paper, and there are some conference presentations as listed here. Another PhD student, Debopam Rakshit, worked under the guidance of Dr. Ranjit Kumar Paul on long memory and asymmetric volatility models for forecasting commodity prices. When the volatility is asymmetric, long-term persistence can be present in the volatility. So to investigate the asymmetric volatility in the agricultural commodity prices and to develop out-of-sample forecast formulae were the objectives of the study. Now, the student has developed the models and studied the volatility. So, volatility study of any time series is useful for modeling and forecasting of agricultural commodity prices. Not only this, it is useful for meteorological parameters and other financial time series also. So, the student has published one paper, and he has received Best Oral Presentation Award in a conference. Now, our last student is Rab Sanjani, who worked under Dr. Mohammad Wasi Alam on the topic developing hybrid time series model using Bayesian model averaging approach. When all the models considered in the study are nonlinear in nature, then Bayesian model averaging would enhance the forecasting accuracy. The study ensured this, and the hybrid model developed under the study showed better forecast efficiency. So the model developed methodology can be used for forecasting about the prices of crops with volatility like potato, maize, and sugarcane also. So now coming to the placements of our students, they are getting good placements. 2 of our students have been selected for Indian Statistical Service, and Mr. Bapasa has secured All India second rank. Congratulations. And 10 out of 10 seats were grabbed by our students, ARS seats, and 3 have joined as assistant professor and 1 joined as ADO. Other students are also getting some recognitions which are listed here. They are also into good level of publication now. Good papers are coming up from other enrolled students. This is the overall distribution of student publication. You can see that 6 of our papers are above 7 rating. And our students are very actively involved in the institute celebrations also. So we celebrated our National Statistics Day on June 29. And NBR program was handled by our own students, including the guest lectures and all. They very actively participate in Teachers' Day celebrations and Hindi Pakwada, like digital Hindi Shodh Patra Prasiddhi Pratiyogita, and etc. They are involved in other celebrations of the institute as well. They are into cultural programs and they are very good in extracurricular activities also. So these are some snapshots of the study tour conducted during last year. Our faculty is also not behind. They have received many recognitions, and one of our faculty members, Dr. Praveena, received NAS Associateship during last year. And Dr. Ranjit, Dr. Angur, and Dr. Anandita Dutta, they have been recognized by different societies. These are the research publications by faculty. Around 80 publications are there by the faculty and with good NAS ratings. Our faculty is involved in training aspects also. 8 training programs were conducted, and all the research developments or advancements are being discussed in these training programs. They are into the teaching also of this in these training programs. Our faculty are the champions in the cricket match conducted by PGS as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Good findings coming from your discipline. Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Alka Arora for bioinformatics.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, dear faculty members and students. I'm going to present the significant educational achievements in the discipline of bioinformatics. Dr. Anil Rai was the professor in the area of bioinformatics, and recently sir has joined as ADT ICT. So I have been given this additional charge of Professor Bioinformatics. So this discipline is basically run from the ISRI, and this is the mandate of the Division of Agriculture Bioinformatics. The MSc Bioinformatics program was started in 2011-12, and PhD Bioinformatics course was started in 2014-15. This year, 5 of the PhD students will be getting degree, and 4 MSc students are going to get degree. Coming to the research work of the MSc students, Ms. Chandani VC, under the guidance of Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, she has worked on the problem of CRISPR-Cas off-target prediction in plants using deep learning, with the objectives to develop deep learning models to predict CRISPR-Cas off-target sites for the plant genomes, and then to evaluate the performance. The methodology was, they have collected the data from journals, research articles with sequential details on sgRNA associated to on-target and off-target data. They have tried with 2 deep learning models. One was convolution neural network with 4 different architecture, and another the feed-forward neural network with 3 different architecture. The models were trained and tested, and the findings say that the fast feed-forward neural network performed better among the other deep learning models. At the same time, the deep learning model developed will increase the cleavage efficiency of CRISPR-Cas9 method on the plant data. Another student, Sautik Mukherjee, under the chairmanship of Dr. Anu Sharma, he has worked on identification of bacteriophage from metagenomic data of Ganga and Yamuna rivers. The objective was to identify and get abundance of bacteriophage from different sites of Ganga and Yamuna rivers, and then annotation of the bacteriophage identified from the different sites. The metagenomic data, which was collected from the 9 sites, they were subjected to the quality checking and pre-processing. Then the assembly of the pre-processed data was done to generate the context, and then the binning of the context data was done. Marvel, which is a machine learning tool, it was used for the identification of bacteriophages from the bins, and the findings says that 2 bins of the metagenomic data from the Balkeshwar Ganga site predicted to have bacteriophages sequences, and the Arabacillus phase AP445 is the most abundant phase in the 9 sites of Ganga and Yamuna river, and then this gene annotation was done with the BLAST software. Another student, Madhusudan, under the guidance of Dr. U.G. Angadi, he has worked on development of web-based tool to detect polymorphic microsatellite markers for the RAD sequence data, with the motivation that there is a need to develop suitable pipeline and web tool to mine the polymorphic SSR
from the RAD sequence data where the whole genome sequence is not available. So they have developed a web server using the technologies HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and they have for the pipelining they have developed the tools like QDD, ClusterW, BLAST, and Perl. The findings say using the Polymera tool, they have identified a total of 1032 polymorphic microsatellite markers from the 20 varieties of black pepper. The finding says that dye-based markers cover the maximum portion of the polymorphic microsatellite marker, which is more than 76%, followed by tri-based and the tetra-based markers. Another student, Kabilan S, under the chairmanship of Dr. S. Bilal, he has worked on quality control of label-free proteomics expression data, considering missing value and heterogeneity. So the objective was to develop an approach for obtaining the best combination of normalization and imputation methods for quality control of label-free proteomics expression data. They have tried with 3 popular normalization methods and the efficient imputation methods. There were 3 imputation methods also which were considered. So they have tried with a total of 9 combinations of all these methods. And the output says they have developed an approach which can be used to find a suitable combination of normalization and imputation methods for the label-free proteomics expression data, which can be extended to all kinds of label-free omics expression data set also. And they have developed the R package also for the same. Now coming to the progress of the PhD student, Ms. Arpa Anju, she has worked under the guidance of Dr. Seema Jaggi. She has worked on the problem of study of genomic sequence segmentation using statistical and computational approach. And the objective was to study statistical and computational approaches for segmentation in genomic sequences and to identify the influential position within the genomic sequence. So they have tried with the multivariate statistical techniques and the agglomerative sequential clustering, which was found to be most suited to obtain the segment. Then they have applied this multivariate statistical techniques on the chromosomes of rice genome. Then the segmentation was also tried with the univariate approach using 2 sample tests, and the influential position on has been described, and the same has been investigated in the cow genome data. The finding says that the multivariate segmentation resulted in the reduced number of segments, which is more useful for the practical purpose, and the studying the fluctuations over the different segments also revealed the heterogeneity between consecutive segments. Another student, Amir Khan, under the guidance of Dr. Mir Asif Iqbal, has worked on the study of computational-based approach for genome-wide prediction of AMP and molecular markers in buffalo, with the objective to develop AI-based algorithm for AMP prediction using transcriptomic and genomic data, and to discover the polymorphic molecular markers in buffalo population, to develop microRNA gene atlas of buffalo. So in this, they have considered 5973 animal AMPs, which were collected from the 4 physically available peptide data set. They have done the prediction of molecular marker as well as the prediction of circular RNA. And the finding says they have come up with the species-specific AMP and non-AMP candidate prediction server, which they have named it as BUF AMP prediction, based on the ensemble of CNN plus LSTM deep learning neural network architecture with the improved prediction accuracy. Then they have linked this web server also with the database they have developed, which has the collection of all the candidate AMPs and the non-AMPs prediction for the buffalo. This buffalo web genomic resources server is accessible in the open access. Another student, Ankita Negi, under the chairmanship of Dr. Sarika, she has worked on computational approach for prediction of AMP and molecular markers in black pepper germplasm, with the objective to develop machine learning based algorithm for AMP prediction using genomic data in black pepper, and then to mine the genome-wide molecular marker from black pepper genomic data and to predict the microRNA genes using whole genome sequence of the black pepper. So they have come up with the findings that they have developed a web resource with the name BPEP AMPDP, which can be utilized for the molecular biologists for the wet lab preparation as well as for the validation of AMPs. Then these resources provide information of the molecular attributes from the diverse black pepper genotypes in terms of SSR markers and the polymorphic markers for the study of genetic diversity, QTL discovery, and many more. The developed microRNA atlas, this has the future prospects to be used as a biomarker and disease management and treatment. Coming to the next student, Nalini Kanta Chaudhary. He has worked under the chairmanship of Dr. A.R. Rao on the identification of deep learning models to study microbial diversity in North Indian river system. So they have collected the contaminated sediment samples from the Ganga and Yamuna river from the different places. Then they have done the comparison of the deep learning model by LSTM with the other machine learning models like SVM, random forest. And then they have come up with the results that the deep machine learning model achieved the testing accuracy of more than 89%. They have come up with an AI-enabled deep learning model that has been developed by integrating the developed models for facilitating the automated identification of microbial diversity. Next student, Mohammad Asif Khan. He has worked under the chairmanship of Dr. Anil Rai on the development of integrated index for genomic selection with the objective to study and evaluate the genomic selection index for multi-traits using different genomic selection models. They have tried to develop an integrated index based on genotype and phenotype characteristics. And then for this, they have used parallelized and Bayesian regression models such as RR-BLUP, Bayesian lasso, etc. And they were used to estimate the marker effect on the two real data sets of maize population. And the finding says, this finding of the study were basically validated with the two real data sets, suggesting that the integrated index has higher efficiency and accuracy. So there are a good number of publications from the discipline. So discipline has got 57 research publications, and more than 50% of these research publications are more than 10 market journals. As far as the student publications are concerned, so there are 6 publications from the student side also, and 2 publications are in more than 10 NAS rating categories. The student placement is concerned, Mohammad Asif Khan has been selected as a scientist B position in ICMR, and the 4 of the students are pursuing higher degree PhD at PG School IRI. Student Mr. Vivek Saha was awarded with the Nehru Memorial Gold Medal from ICAR ISRI. As far as the honors and awards of the faculty are concerned, some of the faculty members, they got the best oral presentation, best paper presentation in some of the conferences. And then Dr. Mir Asif Iqbal, he has been elected as the fellow of the West Bengal Academy of Sciences and Technology, WAS. He has been selected as the fellow of the National Academy of Biological Sciences. He received the Scientist of the Year 2022 award from the National Environmental Science Academy, and he also received the Distinguished Scientist Award from ICAS 2022. Dr. Sarika also received the Best Women Scientist Award of the National Academy of Biological Sciences. She also received NESA Women Excellence of the Year Award from the National Environmental Science Academy, and she received the Scientist of the Year Award from ICAS 2022. So the faculty from this discipline were involved in the conduct of the different training programs and the seminar. In that, total of 425 participants were trained. So coming to the acknowledgement, so we sincerely acknowledge the support we have received from the Director IRI and Director ISRI, Dean and Joint Director Education IRI, and then my special thanks to Dr. Sudhir and Dr. Dujesh for helping me in the compilation of this presentation. We sincerely acknowledge the support received from the faculty member as well as from the students of this discipline and the TSC and PG school staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But you will have to continue for another computer application. Please go ahead.
It's okay. Presentation. Thank you. So I'll be carrying on with the presenting the significant educational achievement in the discipline of computer application, which is running at ISRI. So the mandates of the division are, so this year, as far as the faculty and student strength are concerned, we have the 16 faculty members. The faculty members of our disciplines are from NIAP Institute, as well as 2 of our faculty members are from IRI also, and some of the faculty members are from the different divisions of ISRI. This PhD program started in 2013-14, and the MSc program started in 1985-86. And so far, 156 MSc student has passed out, and 7 PhD student has passed out. This year, 2 of the students will be getting the PhD degree, and 5 MSc students will be getting their degree. Now, coming to the work of the PhD students, both the PhD students have worked under the theme AI and machine learning. The student Arpan Kumar Majhi, he has worked under the guidance of Dr. Sudhi. The motivation for this work came from the thing like the existing methods of prediction of the yield. They are mainly focused on either counting the number of spikes or using the number of spikelets. But in both the scenarios, there are certain constraints which are felt, like there is an overlapping problem, there is a low resolution, there is a background interference, and then there is a variable illumination conditions, which gives hindrance in the spike detection as well as for the spikelet identification also. So with this motivation at the background, the objectives were considered to develop the methodology for image-based spike detection and prediction of yield for the wheat crop under the pot condition, and then to assess the traits which are associated with the drought responses of the plant through image analysis, and then to estimate their correlation with the yield loss under the drought condition. For this methodology, the yield prediction is basically divided into 3 stages. We have used the deep learning models for the same. So mass RCNN was used for the detection of spikes in the plant, and then UNet model was used for the segmentation of spikelet from the extracted spikes. A comprehensive statistical model was developed to calculate the total green yielding capacity using the data obtained, actual data, yield data obtained from the field condition. Coming to the stress assessment model, the greenness coefficient was computed, and then using a deep learning model UNet, which extract the hyperspectral information from the visible images. These growth traits were computed, and then machine learning algorithm was applied to determine the stress level. As far as the yield prediction is concerned, the spike detection, we got the accuracy of above 97%. For the spikelet detection, we got the accuracy of 99%. Then, as far as the stress assessment is concerned, there is a correlation with the 0.95 is the correlation between the test data set and the reconstructed data set. There is a software which has been developed using Python. So one paper has come out from this research work in Frontiers in Plant Sciences. Another work which has been carried out by our in-service candidate, Ms. Madhubala Kedarshi, under the guidance of Dr. Anu Sharma, which is again inspired by the actual data which is available. She has worked on the machine learning for modeling of physiochemical properties of chickpea using the NIR data. So a lot of data is available in the NDPGR gene bank, which has got the 18,000 chickpea accession with a wide genetic range. So the idea was how to use this NIR images and the machine learning modeling techniques to estimate the 9 physiochemical components of the chickpea. For this thing, they have considered the 237 accessions of chickpea using the spectral data as well as the chemical composition data. The major task here is because the wavelength data has got a lot of noise. So the first thing they have attempted was they have come up with the selection of the particular wavelength which are responsible for these 9 classes. For that, they have done this. They have used this IPLS package of R software. Then they have done this outlier detection. A lot of work has been done in the area of pre-processing of the same. Then they have come up with the methodology to come up with best processing combination. So there are different pre-processing combination which was tried out. So all this combination has been inbuilt into the software which they have developed. After this pre-processing thing, they have gone for the dimensionality reduction, and then they have applied the machine learning models for the prediction of these 9 physiochemical components. They have developed the software with the name Radiance, which has been developed using R-Shiny, and this has been very well appreciated in NDPGR. So they are going to use it for their research work. So this machine learning algorithm, which has been inbuilt into the Radiance software, this will basically help the farmers and breeders to identify the chickpea accessions with the desirable nutrient profiles including those that are high in these particular 9 physiochemical components. So there are 3 publications which has come out of this research work. Now coming to the MSc work. So the student Vanuja, she has worked under the guidance of Dr. Mukesh Kumar. She has worked on the development of DSS for the malnutrition marker assessment through energy balance technique with the objective that there is already an existing application with the name NutriGuide. So they want to integrate this particular application and then come up with another module using the energy balance technique. So they have developed this Nutri-Energy, which provides the information on recommended dietary allowances, recommended dietary intake, and the food requirements for the nutritional sufficiency. And it allows users to download all the data into an Excel file, which can be further used for different types of analysis. Again, another student, because majority of the MSc work has been carried out under the key decision support system as well as the mobile application development. So this is the International Year of Millets, and we have attempted with one problem here, that development of machine learning based decision support system for the variety selection in millets. The aim for this particular was to develop the DSS for the selection of millet varieties and then to disseminate the information to the stakeholders using mobile application. For this particular study, the data for 4 different millets has been considered, which included 14 features of the yield, maturity date, average height, particular state, season, drought tolerance varieties, and all. For this classification purpose, this machine learning algorithms have been tried out: decision tree, KNN, logistic regression, and the artificial neural network. So for this, the result says that we obtained the different level of accuracies for the different classes of the millet. So the practical utility is that the farmers and the stakeholders, they can select the varieties of the millet according to the yield, average height, season, or the drought tolerance with the help of a mobile application. Another student who has worked, Vivek Jadhav, he has worked under the guidance of Dr. S. Bilal. He has worked on mobile application for nutraceuticals in the fruit for the human health with the objective that to develop a module for the fruit intake advisory based on the nutrient deficiencies and the diseases which is affecting the human health. So for this, they have developed this particular mobile app. In this, the people can, this developed app provides essential information related to the medicinal and health benefits, including the prevention, management, and treatment of diseases with respect to fruits. Another student, Tanvi Kumari, under the guidance of Dr. Sangeeta Ahuja, she has worked on the development of mobile application-based DSS on physiochemical tests for the fruits. The motivation behind this work was that there was no application which was providing information on the physiochemical procedures in the fruit. And moreover, the fruit preservation industry, they carry out this particular procedure and they require the know-how of the things, how this test has to be carried out. So with this objective, this study has been taken up. In this particular mobile application, they have considered 30 fruits, and then this application provides a comprehensible flowcharts with the in-house produced videos. They have created the videos also how the physiochemical test can be carried out and what is the overall process to carry out the physiochemical test. And then it additionally provides information for the better possibilities. Another student, Akash More, under the guidance of Dr. Shashi Dahiya, he has worked on the DSS for the assessment of agricultural activities using physiological and postural ergonomics techniques. In our division, we have earlier worked with the different DSS which were used for the assessment of agricultural activities related to this using scientifically proven postural assessment tools like RULA, REBA, and HPDI. But there was no integrated DSS which was available here. And there was one more technique which has been included into this, which is a VERA technique, which has been integrated into this particular mobile application. So this DSS basically provides, helps extension workers to work out the worker's fitness based on the physiological assessment and the correct postures recommendation for performing the agricultural activities based on the ergonomics assessment using these 4 techniques. And then at the same time, it assists the researchers in identification of activities which are likely to cause drudgery. These are some of the screenshots. And then coming to the publications from the discipline. So the faculty from the discipline has got good number of publications this year. So there are 32 research publications and 8 publications are in more than 10 mass rating journals. This includes publication from the students also, sir. And then we have got 12 publications in more than 6 mass rating journals. And then 2 copyrights has been received. Now, coming to the student publication, we got 11 publications in the student category, which are from the students who are pursuing the degree and the students who basically passed out last year. So this includes that. So there are 4 publications in more than 10 mass rating journals. So these are some of the screenshots. As well as the placement of the students are concerned, the Arpan Kumar Maji, he has been, he received the job in a industry. He is working in a AI platform. So he is working in Razor.ai. Another student is our in-service candidate, and 3 of our students are pursuing PhD. Sir, I am happy to share this time, like first time in our discipline, the student has been awarded with the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru Award for the PG Outstanding Doctoral Thesis. So Dr. Tanuj Mishra has received this award last year. And at the same time, from the ISRI side, Ms. Pratiksha Shubha has been awarded with the Nehru Memorial Gold Medal. As far as the training programs are concerned, sir, the faculty from our discipline is basically associated with lot of e-governance programs. At the same time, we received funding from the NAHEP World Bank. We are running 2 of the World Bank funded projects. In this, the basically mandate is to go for the infrastructure strengthening of the entire NAS system. So in this category, basically AR/VR labs has been established in almost all the state agriculture universities. At the same time, virtual classroom has also been established in all the universities. And then there are different applications. For example, our academic management system, there is a Kisan Sathi, and there are other e-governance applications which is being run, and the support for the same is provided from our discipline basically. So a lot of capacity building programs were conducted into this area, and more than 1800 participants were trained in this particular thing, including faculty members as well as students. So a lot of the faculty were involved in the conduct of a lot of summer institutes, workshops, and the seminars, as well as in the webinars also. So this time we have invited our alumni for this webinar purpose. So many of our alumni give talks on the recent areas of interest, so that it could increase the networking of the students with their alumni. So this was also attempted in this, and this training programs and this webinar also included the programs on the soft skills also. So there was the program for the soft skill of the students which were organized. And then I would like to mention here, there was one program which was organized with the collaboration of NAHEP. That was brainstorming session on mainstreaming agricultural curriculum in school education under National Agricultural Higher Education Project, which was conducted. So this was again very well appreciated. Then the faculty members were deputed to different conferences, and then they participated in the training program. So they participated in almost 15 programs. So this is one of the screenshots, like we participated in Gyanotsav also, where this AR/VR components were displayed, and then students basically they liked so much about this AR/VR modules which were showcased to them. And this is the screenshot for the MACE program which was organized. So coming to the end, we acknowledge the support received from the Director ICR-IRI, then the Director ISRI, and then the Dean and Joint Director Education, faculty members and student of computer application discipline, PG school and the TAC staff. At the same time, we acknowledge the data as the guidance which was received from the Nanaji Deshmukh Plant Genomics Center, and then we have worked in collaboration with the Extension Division and the Fruit Science Division also, sir, because the data and guidance was received from these divisions. So we acknowledge their support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Shall I go there now? इसको बंद ही कर दो. That's good. At the outset, let me congratulate IRI for one good reason. Out of 5 presenters, 4 were female scientists. This is the change for a better. Even I was to left or right, both senior agriculture scientists were sitting there. I hope that this change in demography will bring the change in the results and outcomes also. That's there. Excellent presentation and good outcome that has emerged from the research conducted by the students at the postgraduate level, masters and PhD. I will not be commenting on individual presentations and like that. Domain-wise, I'll make some my recommendations, my observations. To me, master's research is a training to the students in research methodology, how the research is conducted in particular domain, whether it is an extension or economics or computer application. Master's level students are expected to be trained in that. And PhD research, that is for the contribution to the society, contribution to the domain knowledge. That's my perception of postgraduate research. Whenever we are conducting the postgraduate research, we have to keep in the demarcation a master's and PhD. A PhD scholar working on a particular topic in any domain that we have has to keep in mind that whatever recommendations emerge, it should be based on the scientific knowledge and scientific methods. So 3 C's of research methodology: conceptualization, conduct, and communication. All the 3 he has to master on it. I always divide the research methodology into 3 C's: conceptualization, conduct, and communication. That's the publication like that. I'm sorry to say that in some of the domains, I will not be naming anyone in that respect. There was a mismatch between the title, the research methodology followed, and the recommendations. Mismatch. You are saying the research in the title, you are saying Karnal. Then in the methodology, you are writing UP, Punjab, Haryana. Well, such type of blunders, I will say blunders, should not be there. What type of methodology or sampling you are using, you have to keep in mind that what you are doing at the PhD level, particularly, I am saying, you have to keep in mind that generalization is possible only if the scientific research design has been adopted. If the design is purposive, you can't generalize the things. Number of observations that you have, number of villages or number of respondents that you have, and how they have been selected or identified, that depends, that will determine the outcomes. Whether that outcome can be used by the extension scientist for application purpose. That's very, very important that you have to keep in mind. And it was missing. I have to say that. Again, without naming any domain in that respect. One common observation that I will be making, that 3rd C, that communication. What you are writing, you have to read from the viewpoint that somebody else is going to read it, not you alone. Editorial accuracy is very, very important. If you are committing one mistake in every sentence or every line, what impression the reader will have. That is one thing. And for this, let me congratulate that computer application, bioinformatics and STAT for editorial accuracy, let me tell you. And even in their case, the mismatch was not that extent, to that extent. It was also almost perfect. That these three disciplines, the title, research design, and the recommendation that's there. So my comment is that now regarding, because I am not a man of bio, I am a man of agriculture economics. So I will not venture into that. But nowadays, you have to learn technologies, particularly in the bioinformatics and the computer application. I have to make few recommendations. One of the tasks of IRI or ICR is, in today's scenario, to have a generation of agri startups, agri entrepreneurs. We are not only to produce the scientists. Yes, we are. That's one of the objectives. But now that IRA is going to start undergraduate program also. So your applications ought to be towards entrepreneurship. And the research on entrepreneurship ought to be integrated one. Like say you have the value chain. Value chain is not the confined to agriculture economics or economics. It applies to extension also. Even STAT can also work on that and like that. Computer application is there. You have to suggest for IPRs model, the computer application for that, so that the legal dimensions are also taken care of by that. You have to have mobile-based apps for agri entrepreneurs or startups. You have to come up with that. Optimization of artificial intelligence and machine learning. The optimization to have the economic impact. So everything results in that. Whatever research you are doing, ultimately impact analysis, impact assessment is to be there. Suppose you have 10, 15, 20 students who have done the research. What is the overall impact? Well, publication is one aspect that's there. That's the academic impact. Social impact when we are talking. Social impact comes when we see that it has the application and results in the upscaling, the technology or adoption, whatever it is. That aspect is to be looked after in every domain, that you have to see what is its application, what is its impact on the society. That's very, very important. And we have to first for that identify the stakeholders. Who are our stakeholders? And that stakeholder-based impact is very, very important in this regard. So whenever we are recommending any technology, whenever we are recommending any app, anything, its validation, scientific validation is a must. Simply saying by 1 or 2 or 5 or 50 or 60, because there ought to be, what is that number? The scientists tell that. Statistical modeling, they will be telling what is that scientific one. You have to come out with that particular aspect. You have to look into that. But these three disciplines, I congratulate. I don't know whether new modeling is to come from statistics or not, because whatever I have, the abstract I have gone through, I was impressed that they are working, they are doing things like that. But the testing of model is there. For example, the forecasting, they have done. Forecasting model, they have done. Have we tested that also? Publication is good, because you are coming with the technique, it's okay. But we are agriculture scientists. And when we are agriculture scientists, we have to test that application. Earlier, ICR through NAIP and SAUs, they have implemented this price forecasting, market intelligence project throughout the country. What improvement we have suggested through this modeling that we are suggesting? And whether we are going to make improvement, we have to suggest based on the testing, validation of it. Because no technology can be thrown without its validation, without its technology. So my request is that all scientists, when we are doing it, we have to look into that. Well, I have one suggestion for agriculture economics and agriculture extension people. And this is not confined to IRI only. This I have observed in SAUs also, but IRI being a premier institution, it may be a role model for SAUs. When we are using the term like economic analysis, value chain analysis, analysis is not a research. Analysis is a technique. It helps doing research. Using this in title, an economic analysis of so and so, it's not a research. You may use analysis to attain that objectives of that research. That aspect you have to keep in mind. And very precisely, you should keep what title you are using. I'm saying for both agriculture extension and agriculture economics in this regard. That selection of title is very, very important. It leads you what you are going to do it. It should not be done refinement after you have done research, collected the data, analysis, and then it is being done. You have to think, devote time on it, what you are doing with, and what word you are using. I always say that no word in the title can be replaceable, cannot be substituted. That is the test of the title of the work. And if you have correctly, precisely identified the title, in that case, half your work is done. You know what is to be done, how it is to be done. But if you are not just casually taking that somebody else, my senior has done it, I am also doing it like this. No, that should not be done. If somebody, my senior has committed mistake, I should not commit mistake like that. That's very important that you have to keep in mind, because I have seen it that so for example, analyzing extension needs, extension education needs. We are not analyzing, we are identifying the needs. So that analysis may lead to it, but it's not the objective of it. That's my suggestion. Maybe that you have very learned research methodology experts here. You may discuss with them. I'm giving my perception and my that suggestions in this regard. I again request the domains of extension and agriculture economics to extend your research or entrepreneurship, agri-entrepreneurship. It's application, it's integration. That's very, very important that you have. And whatever you do, well, agriculture economics people have conducted good training of students and good publications have emerged. I congratulate both the domains for that. Beside others, they have also done other thing, but they have done good thing. And I have been reading number of journals which are emerging in agriculture extension and agriculture economics, and good number of publications are coming from IRI students and the faculty. That's one thing. But dil mange more, you know, that's that thing. I am in IRI, that's why I'm saying dil mange more. So dil mange more means, and it should be precisely, accurately, correctly communicated, so that Everybody is, because if anything is coming from any technology, any publication coming from IRI, people say, take it. We have to come up to that level. So you have to fit that benchmark, the milestone that's there. Well, individually, I'll not be saying thing, but policy orientation in agriculture economics is also to increase. That's there, because Division of Agriculture Economics in IRI has given number of scientists who have become, say, respected or recognized or distinguished policymakers. So that should percolate down to the student level also, particularly the PhD research. They should lead to the policy orientation also. Overall, I'm happy, I'm satisfied. But as a senior citizen in academia, I have to make my observations and my suggestions to the young generation, so that even if 5–10% is accepted, I'll feel happy and satiated. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Once again, congratulate all. Thank you.
Just few minutes. It doesn't sound good. Students, be seated.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind remarks. So as convener of the session, it is my humble privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks. But before that, we would wish to felicitate our chairperson. For that, I request our Dean Madam, along with our Joint Director Extension, Dr. Padaria, to kindly do the honors, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Padaria. So finally, I'll propose the final vote of thanks covering all the sessions in one go. So for this particular session, on behalf of the director and the dean ma'am, we all are thankful to the chairperson, Dr. VPS Arora, for his kind acceptance of the invitation and conducting the proceedings in a very comprehensive manner. Sir, we'll take care of the suggestions given by you. And most importantly, I think we should remember the tagline he has given, Dil Mange More. Sir, we'll remember that and we'll try to stick to that, sir. Thank you. So my sincere thanks are due to our director and dean ma'am for all their constant support and guidance throughout the 6 sessions and very amicable conduct of the sessions over the 2-day presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very meticulous handling of all the minute details. And my thanks are also due to all the convocation committees which were formulated by the director and dean and all other joint directors who have executed their duties very efficiently manner, I would say. I would also like to thank the associate dean along with his dedicated team from PG school, director office and dean office for all their logistics support. For this particular session, I would like to place on record my gratitude to Dr. Venkatesh, a scientist from our this particular school who coordinated the conduct of the program. Since this is the final vote of thanks, ma'am, with your permission, I would like to thank my students also who helped me backstage, Shreya, Vikram and Chaitanya, my office staff, technical personnel, Mr. Dharampal Singh, and all my project staff, Mr. Kunal, Mr. Arvind, Mr. Ankit and Mr. Sunil, and also most importantly, Abhinav, and I don't remember the names of everyone. So everyone who coordinated backstage very efficiently, they have handled the presentations of all the professors. So on behalf of Dean Ma'am and Director, thank you to all of you audience who was here throughout the days, and special thanks to the professors who presented today. Thank you one and all.
I thank Dr. Monica Joshi.
Thank you,
Excellent.
sir. Thank you.
I thank you, Dr. Monica Joshi, and our learned professor colleagues, because of whom this event has been immensely successful. Thank you all. Thank you so much.